Test. Welcome out to live. You're joining in the featured table of the tournament points leaderboard. And boy, do we have an amazing table set up for you. Each player starting with 40,000 chips. These players have played tournaments all the way from March through this last week through the West Texas Poker Championship Series, and the top 9 are battling it out for one final seat into the big one, the main event happening in Vegas. We've got 9 players. We got Rudy sitting in seat 1. We've got Ruben sitting in seat number 2. We've got George, the always dangerous George, sitting in seat 3. Mr. Duplantis sitting in seat 4. Coach, everybody knows him as Coach, sitting in 5. MJ sitting in 6. Mr. Daryl Hopkins sitting in seat number 7. Setting in seat 8, Mr. Paul Ferris. And setting in seat number 9 is Tony Love. And we are already off to the races. Ruben looks down, king, queen, raises it up, and everybody is going to let it go. So if you haven't been out to KoJack's lately, you've been missing some big actions. Just went through the West Texas Poker Championship Series, and we have now come to the close of that. We have named all 10 champions from that. And we went through on Friday the Tournament of Champions. Anybody who had won a seat, or actually won a tournament during that time period, the famous 3 tournaments, all 5,000 guarantees, they all had an entry into the Tournament of Champions. Took place Friday night at KoJack's. And if you watch the live stream, Mr. Nassim took down the top prize and will be headed to Vegas to takes his stab at the big one. And another player, whoever wins out of these 9 players, will be headed to Vegas to grab that seat. So once again, thank you for tuning in live to KoJack's Live. Action's already kicked off at KoJack's Poker Club. We've got a 5 on the button table running out on the floor. We've got a 1-2 table running out there. And we are just about to page the list for a second 1-2 table. So action is crazy. Action is where it is. KoJack's Poker Club, Midland, Texas. Heading around to hand number 4. Daryl out of position under the gun. Looks down at ace 6. And you're going to see some tighter play here at the beginning of this tournament. Once again, each player does start with 40,000 chips, and play is going to be a little bit snug tug until somebody starts to dominate the table, and we'll see who establishes himself as the alpha male out on the field. But you see even MJ right there. Tony opens up in the +2, raises up with king queen offsuit. Nobody has anything that can move on around. So if you're joining us in, guess what is back? 5 on the button is back at KoJack's Poker Club. That is correct. No small blind, no big blind, just a $5 chip on the button. $500 to $1,500 or 70% of the big stack. Also, our 1-2 tables that are playing out in the room right now, they now have bomb pots. You asked, KoJack's listened. We brought back all the fan favorites, and they are good to go. So as we do move back to action, Tony Love looks down, moves on around. Ruben, though, he looks down at king, queen suited, and that's going to be enough. Blinds are sitting right at 100, 200 right now. He grabs a couple extra chips, tosses them in. He says we're going to raise it up to 700. Duplantis looks down at the house hand, king, jack, and I do believe he'll make the call, too. Coach going to get out of the way. Daryl may fish along from the big blind. It's 500 extra. He is pretty covered by the king queen and by the king jack. He's looking for some ends for some straight draws. So 3-way action to the flop. 2,200 chips already in the pot. Flop comes out. Ace of diamonds, 4 of spades, 8 of spades. And that is something that Ruben wanted to see along the lines there. And he does check, and it's going to check all the way around. Goes to the turn. Ace on the turn. Nobody holding an ace. So it's really going to be a stab. But the only problem is Ruben's holding the spades. Anybody who stabs, he's going to make one call. And here goes Daryl in motion. All these players are well-seasoned, well-veteraned, and amazing tournament players. So let's see how Ruben handles this. I do believe that he does have to make the call. Daryl bets about 1/3 pot, 1,200 into 34, or 2,200, making it 3,400. And Ruben knows Daryl. He's played enough poker with him to know he's either strong or he's weak. And Ruben's going to dig down, and he's just going to make the call. He's not grabbing any extra chips. So he's going to fish out there to see if he can pull in that last spade of it. And Daryl's looking for a 10 and a 10 only to win the hand. But I don't think that's true. I think any bet by Daryl right here will get through. Can he pull out a second barrel bluff? And that's exactly what he's doing, ladies and gentlemen. 4,000 is, it looks like. And Ruben's not going to be able to make that call. And Rudy is acting like he has a smartwatch on his hand, saying, "Put that in the bank. We're gonna save that one for later." But we allow no smartphones, no phones at the table, no electronics at the table, and that's one of his patent things that he does. It kind of confused me for a second, so I was watching him, but he always puts it in the bank of his watch to save for later. So Daryl does pick up that hand with that nice move right there, and it's subpar to Ruben's king queen, but with the 2 aces and 2 8s on the board, the Billy the Kid, he does have to let it go. So Daryl does have the quick chip lead on the table. Moving on around. So once again, if you're just tuning in, what you are watching is the end of the Road to Vegas, the Tournament of the Leaders. These are the top 9 points, and they all earned their seats at this table. Final table is taking place right now, the top 9, and they're searching for that $10,000 seat into the main event. King Queen seems to be making its way around the table. Duplantis picks it up this time, and it seems like the table has established a 700 to 800 min raise, and that's kind of what they're following. I was just talking to Dawson about it earlier. Once a player makes that first initial raise, that's what it is for the rest of the afternoon until the blinds do start going up. So if you're out in the chat, where are you watching us from today? Where are you where are you sitting at? Are you sitting on your couch? You sitting at work? Are you just enjoying a nice day off with this beautiful Memorial Day weekend coming up? How are you spending it? Are you going to barbecue? I do have some steaks ready, setting in the fridge for tomorrow. It is going to be some good eating. And it looks like Alex Palou won the Indy 500. So congrats to him and all people who had bets on him to win that. New champion of the Indianapolis 500. Action moves around to George. He looks down at pocket queens, and he stays with the 700 raise, 600. MJ looks down at Jack 10 off. It's going to be enough for a call. Daryl's on the button. King 9 is going to have to go into the muck. He just made a move with King 10. He's not going to fish out any longer. So three-way action to the flop. Flop comes out. Ace of hearts, 3 of diamonds, Jack of clubs. Gives MJ just enough of a piece to take a stab, and he does that. George's check was sneaky with the ladies. George lets it go. Folds on a flop of ace. Jack gave MJ and Tony Love some extra credit right there. And joining me in the booth is the wonderful JB, Johnny Blaze. Welcome in the booth. And so the way the action went, George opened up the raise in the +2 seat to 600. You got a call, and Jack 10 and 4-3. And I think Tony can steal this pot right here. MJ showed the initial bet, the C bet, and it does go check. I think Tony could have stole that pot if he'd have bet.
Yeah. Sorry, I had it on mute. Yeah, he could have stabbed, but MJ does have a lot of strong hands in that spot, so probably wouldn't be too advisable.
When George goes back and watches his stream and sees that he laid down the winning hand on the flop, he's going to stump a toe or maybe kick a wall. Not really. He's a great player. He knows 9 times out of 10 with that bet coming out right there, he is beat.
Yeah, it's more that than anything, ace high board, you got pocket queens, no big deal. I think he lost, maybe 600, 700?
600, that's all he lost.
Yeah, no big deal. Just move to the next hand.
Tony Love does like to be aggressive at the table, and he's going to put himself in some situations where he can get out of. I mean, he's not at the final 9 in the points for no reason. The points were accumulated by the top cashers and the winners, and so he's not here for no reason. But he does like to splash around a little bit, especially when the blinds are low.
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty early in the tournament. These guys are all sitting fairly deep. A lot of speculative hands will see their way post-flop. And these guys are going to see if they can get lucky and maybe run up some stacks with some less than
par
hands, for sure.
And just like that, you saw him fold 8-6. He was in the lead on there. The 10 of clubs had the drawing probability, but his 8-6 was triumphant over the 5-6 that pulled it in.
Yeah, it's just hard to know where you're at, He's more just trying to get involved and maybe flop 2 pair plus, some straights, something you can really take down a big pot with. Not going to be the case on a monotone all club flop, and he's got red cards. Just goes ahead and lets it down.
And the thing about this is all of these players have a lot of history playing with each other through the last 3 months. They've sat at the tables, been moved to tables right next to each other, so they know their bluff habits. They know their strength habits, so they're going to have to play the reverse psychology.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, more than that, they've been playing together for years, So they really have seen each other's styles, how they speak on the poker table with their chips. And so these guys are very familiar with each other. I don't know if I have a favorite going into this. I have been thinking about it a little bit. Rudy asked me the other day when I was doing the Tournament of Champions, and I don't know if I have a favorite to win this.
I don't even know if I could say who's the most experienced at the table.
It's crazy, yeah.
I mean, just imagine the amount of hours you have between Rudy, Ruben, George, Duplantis, Coach, MJ, Daryl, Paul, and Tony.
It's crazy. It's at least 100 years. Collectively, it's over 100 years for sure.
And Daryl leads out with a C bet on the flop, and it goes call. Tony with nines. We know sometimes he likes to get a little bit sticky, doesn't like to go anywhere, says if you have that 10, you've got to show me the 10. Jerry Maguire style, show me the money, make me realize you have it. Not really sure why Rudy followed along, but he did let go after that bet by Tony. And that went check, bet. Check by Daryl, bet by Tony. At this point, Daryl knows that Tony's not bluffing.
Yeah, he's going to have something. There are straight draws available on the wheel side of the deck. Ace high and high card hands probably are not going to be betting. That's where Daryl sits. And so there's going to be a lot of pairs.
And he knows at worst that Tony probably has ace 3 suited. Yeah, at absolute worst right there.
For sure.
And I love it. We talked a lot about on the final table of the main event that Tony was at. His exact side set with his one arm on the table. He's setting the exact same way. Nothing changed in his demeanor.
That's his move. You know, everyone has the way that they are comfortable spending hours and hours at the table. That's his look. That's how he likes to settle in.
Welcome out Laura Areola and Mr. Russell. Welcome out Justin York joining in to the points series leaderboards final 9. They are duking it out. They've got all their gloves on. They may even have a couple lead loaded gloves for a couple 1-2 knockout hits, Mike Tyson style. But you're going to see some action at this final table. Each player started with 40,000 chips. Blinds are 100, 200. They got a lot of playability.
A ton. There's going to be a lot of action. How long do you think that this is going to play out?
I bet you it takes 4 hours.
That's my guess as well.
3.5 to 4 hours.
Yep.
Rudy walked in and said, I'm either going to win this or I'm going to go out in 15 minutes. He said, because if I go out in 15 minutes, I can catch the flight and to Vegas and jump in a seniors tournament, I think it is, or some tournament out there in Vegas. And look at this. Big hands. It goes call, raise, 3-bet to 4K.
George does decide to use the ace-jack off as a 3-bet versus an open from Daryl and a flat from Rudy on the button. I think that's a hand that can go either way.
Welcome in, Mr. Valle. And here we go. Nobody gave it up. 3-way action. The only person that got out of the way was Mr. Duplantis. Flop comes out. King of hearts, 8 of hearts, deuce of spades. Now, can George continue? He's in the big blind, so he's first act. Can he continue representing ace-king?
Yeah, he has the range advantage. He does have the ace of hearts working in his favor that he can use to generate folds later on in the hand. King 8 deuce is the board, I believe. Rudy with a speculative call pre-flop, but he does have position.
He's using the lucky penny he found in the parking lot as a card protector. And that binks Rudy. That's why he fished along. But the only problem is ace queen is now a plausible theoretical hand that's in play from George. Ace king, ace queen suited with that 4-bet or 3-bet raise.
That really is the problem. If you get involved in a 3-bet pot with a hand as weak as queen jack offsuit, you don't have any flush possibilities for the most part. And if you hit a queen or a jack, very often you're going to be dominated by the 3-bet ranges. And so on a double dominated hand like queen jack offsuit, it's best to just go ahead and let it go and
wait for another day.
Wait for another spot and pick another battle.
See, because even right here with that raise or that bet from George, if Daryl had sensed weakness and popped it, Rudy would still have to fold that queen jack.
For sure. Rudy decides to call. We'll see what George decides to do here on this river. Cannot quite see the river card.
Yeah, the graphics did get caught up in transition, so it will be there on the next. Here it comes, river card 10. Oh, that's Broadway. Holy smokes! And that's the trouble with Queen Jack in this point right here. And George well, I think George went a little bit too high right there. If he'd have thrown something in like 4 to 7,000, then I think he might have got a call from Rudy. But Rudy may want to jump on the plane and head to Vegas. He said
he has a jack. He is blocking a straight. He might think.
You see him looking at his watch. He's looking at the time to see if I call this off, can I catch that flight?
That's funny that's his.
He came in with that motto.
Plan.
Yeah,
he does let it go.
He does not want to catch that flight early.
Excellent river for George. He uses an overbet sizing to try and generate extra folds from the bluff portion of his range. Say he has ace 4, ace 5 of hearts, or even the ace 4 or 5 of spades. There's a couple of hands in there that he could be using to turn into a bluff with an ace blocker or a jack blocker. I think maybe he has some combinations of queen jack, but in any case, whenever he doesn't have it, he doesn't want to use a sizing that can be called too easily. And so he rivers the nuts and does decide to polarize his bet and go for an overbet. Nice hand.
And on to the next one.
Coach here with pocket eights, raising it up. Three bigs from under the gun. Daryl going to come along with queen 9 of hearts, and Rudy wakes up in the cutoff with black aces.
We've got it, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Duplantis looks at pocket 5s.
Fancy that. He's going to get some action from Coach and Duplantis with their pairs.
I think Daryl comes along. It's going to be too little to call.
Such a good price. So Rudy here.
Ace of hearts, 8 of hearts, 5 of hearts.
That would be
that would be terrible.
Crazy flop.
Only I can come up with it.
We're missing part of the puzzle, but
I am no longer going to call stuff out like that.
It is a sick one. It is a sick one.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. So Daryl flops the nuts. Rudy's sitting there with top set.
And he can't go anywhere. Coach and Duplantis can get away from this. Thank goodness that wasn't a 5 or an 8 of hearts. Oh, man.
Rudy does decide to continue through a call. A small bet of about 20% of the pot.
5 of 7 outs are left remaining. And that opens up 3 more outs for him on the river if he can make it there, because if Daryl shoves at this point or makes it too outrageous, 11,900 in the pot, Rudy's got around 20,000 effective. We missed the first 2 hands, so he's got a few. And look at this, Daryl's taking ultimate milking action. I think he knows that Rudy's that strong. I think he knows what Rudy has. 5 of clubs on the river does not open it up anymore for Rudy, and this is the time that Daryl should put maximum pressure, because if Daryl, I guess he couldn't have that, but I mean, the only thing he can have is what he's representing at this point.
Yeah, well, small bet like that, he could have something like ace 3. He could have pocket 3s. Doesn't really have any ace king combinations or pocket king combinations.
I like that. 7,000, and Rudy says call. And there's the pocket aces in frustration, thrown over like that. And it's hard enough to get pocket aces. It's even harder to flop a set of aces. And Daryl pulls in a monster right there. Rudy's got about 14,000, 15,000 chips left in his stack. And but this is the thing. He's not dead in the water. Blinds are still 100, 200. And if anybody knows how to work a short stack of chips, that's Rudy.
Oh, yeah. There's plenty of hands that he's going to get to see in order to spin that stack up. Did take quite a hit there. The main
he took
concern,
the minimum.
Yeah.
That should have been all of his chips.
For sure. I think if Daryl is able to check it over to him, he might be able to get in a check raise, although I don't know if that will be a higher EV play, because Rudy is smart enough to know that Daryl isn't doing it with much else than a flush.
No.
Don't think he's going to be bluffing on that board so early in the tournament, you know?
No. And here we go. Mr. Ferris sees his first playable hand in the +2, king, queen off, puts in a small raise up to 800. Both the suited ace and the suited queen jack from Duplantis do jump along. So we're going to be 3-way to the flop, 2,400 effective up for the taking. Flop comes out 3 of clubs, 5 of hearts, jack of diamonds. And that hit everybody but the initial raiser.
Yep. They do get a check to Paul, check to the aggressor, as they say.
By the way, 5-3 is such a strong hand, Blaze.
It is a nice hand on this one.
Coach walked up to me, said, "Did you watch the stream of the cash game the other night?" And I said, "Yes, sir." He said, 5-3 sucks. And I said, "Man, that was a cooler and a half."
That was crazy. Yeah, 5-3 can cost you some money.
It either wins you a ton or loses you a lot. So here we go. Check mark set on Duplantis. I don't know that Coach can really get away from this. It's such a dry board with the pair of 3s out there. Jack high. The straight got there, but the flush missed. I think Coach has to call this off.
He might decide to, but I don't think
He's better than I am.
Yeah, Duplantis, I don't see any combinations that he's going to be betting the turn and the river with. He just has a ton of jacks. If he decides to start betting with the diamonds on the turn, I don't think he's going to be following through on the river when it bricks out. So nice fold by Coach. And again, these guys have played with each other quite a bit. You know, they know each other's games in and out. Not going to be too many surprises.
No, and even if you look at the pre-flop raises, Ruben raised with a hand, George raised with a hand, Duplantis raised with a hand. Rudy, it didn't count his 3-bet there, but Rudy raised with aces.
Interesting.
Mr. Ferris going to get jiggy with it. 65 suited coming in for the action. But I like aces made their way around the table.
Rockets now in the hands of George again from the cutoff.
What do you think? 1,500?
Something like that. 15, 1,600. Rudy did choose a sizing that allowed too many people into the pot on the last go around.
I don't think George will do that. I think he's either happy with picking up what's in there or eliminating it to where it's a heads-up type action.
Yeah, he's trying to play a big pot with it. Is not going to be getting any action, but is also not going to be losing.
I know what he
pot.
said. I know what Ruben just said. Why so much? Everybody there knows he has aces.
Yep.
Everybody there knows.
Yeah.
Players walked into tables sitting next to him, water sitting there, and every one of them thanked us for the water.
Good. It was a great idea. The spit cups, all of those thoughtful touches. Sure meant a lot to these fellas.
Oh, these 9 guys right here, just all good people. Everybody that took place in all the tournaments, amazing people. And KoJack's is so happy to be part of your poker lives. And I just love the family that's been built up here.
Yeah, it's a good community for sure.
Tony just is not getting anything early. He likes to splash. He likes to play. He likes to be sticky a little bit. And 10 deuce just is not going to cut it for him.
The Doyle, he could have done it for Mr. Brunson. Rest in peace.
Oh, yes. Rest in peace. Basil just joined us from North Korea, but we're still searching to give that free lifetime membership for the first person watching from North Korea. But we checked his ping, and it showed him to be just kind of close to KoJack's Poker Club. So unfortunately, Basil, you didn't win it this time either. You're going to have to get a better VPN. 3 players going to the flop. Once again, 5-3 queen. Skittles on the suits.
George does flop top pair in position. Daryl with 3 to a flush and 3 to a straight. Might decide to continue as they are quite deep, but would not fault him for a fold. Rudy, not much other than a backdoor. Club drawn straight draw, but his is a little more risky. See what Daryl decides to come with. Yeah, he is going to go and let it go.
It's probably going to go full fold. Rudy's got to be a little more cautious of when he gets in there, and that's why he was playing the suited connectors, so he could flop a joint right there and maximize his value. He's looking for a quick double up to get about 3/4 of the way back to even. Everybody came in today. You know, usually everybody's joking around, laughing. Every one of these 9 were dead serious.
Yeah, this is a big spot. You know, single table tournament, winner take all. It's for a big seat, big spot, and plenty of reason to take this serious and try and take it down. Play your A game. You know,
One of these players could walk away with a $10 million top prize.
That is true. This is
That is crazy to think about it.
Parlay.
George is just getting slapped in the face. He's had pocket queens now twice with cards. And that's one of those sizable bets where the players behind you, all it takes is one person to call, and now everybody is kind of counted in.
Yeah, he uses a bit of a small sizing. Sitting as deep as the table is, he can elect to go a little bit bigger, especially with a hand that benefits from a short SPR, such as any of the one pair hands.
That helps. I mean, this is the same spot he got in with queens earlier. Raised it up, 3 players called, and then something like this comes out with an ace. But in this instance, MJ's on the straight flush draw. He's not going anywhere on this.
Yeah, George does have the queen of spades. Luckily, MJ does turn the flush. Let's see if he raises it up here on the turn or proceeds to a river. He is beat by the flushes that George has.
And MJ just elects to call.
Nice. He gets a safe river card. George looks like he's going to check it over to MJ. And I expect we see a bet here from...
Nothing too much. Third pot.
Yep. Something small just to get value from some weak aces.
Does that start ringing a bell in George's head? Ding, 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 ding. He bet 1/3 pot. He's got something that he wants me to give him 2,000 extra for.
Yeah, you just look at it. Wow.
He throws it over to him, but he threw it over to him. He knew he was beat.
Yep.
That was the perfect sizing. I have to call that just in case. 2,000 for a total of 8,000 in return. I have to make that call. But you notice when he made the call, he tossed his chips directly over to him. He didn't even put them in the pot.
For sure. He already knew that he was going to be dragging him over the majority of the time. Don't know if MJ is going to be bluffing into George there. In terms of game flow, it is sort of a mandatory bet in position. I don't think that George is going to have a lot of flushes after he checks the river in front of a turn bet. So maybe he can have a 1 spade hand with a pair in it and a straight draw, stuff like that, and turn those into a bluff.
Ruben, this is twice we've seen him. Ace-6 and ace-9. Call it up. Oh, he raised it up.
He raised it up.
Oh, hey, speaking of raising it up, we got walking tacos in the cafe today.
We do. I've heard a lot of good things. The players out there are liking them.
They said walking tacos. I said, excuse me, we have tacos? And what they do is they take a bag of chips, hamburger patty chopped up in there, all the taco seasonings on them. I am salivating in my mouth because I am starving.
They're good. They did look good.
Oh, George 3 bets Ruben, and Ruben makes the call. Ruben is a little playing a little bit more aggressive than he normally does at this point, and that's got to set off some alarms in George's head because he knows Ruben is pretty snug as a bug.
Ace-9 offsuit. I'm surprised to see Ruben continue. I don't know if he just feels like fighting today.
He called a raise, or he raised, then he called a re-raise.
3-bet.
And then he leads out.
Well, he got lucky and hit the flop, you know. George is going to continue. He's going to float him here out of position. This is This is an interesting hand. These guys are both,
Skilled beyond belief.
they're stretching the play that they most commonly.
And Ruben's not known to bluff a lot.
uh,
He's not known to push outer limits. He's not known to think of real far outside of the box. And that's got to all be playing part in George's head throughout that whole hand, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not that Ruben doesn't have the capacity for it or think outside the box. He's seasoned. He doesn't like to do anything.
He doesn't like to get into
he's
spots.
not a child.
Yeah, he doesn't like to
You know
get
what I
into
mean?
spots.
Right. So he's not going to put himself in situations when he can just avoid them by playing it low and slow. He does come out swinging, and with his image, if he decides to turn on the gas pedal, he can be a problem for a lot of people. That's the perfect illustration of it. You know, raises, gets a 3-bet by George, and when he continues versus a 3-bet,
Ding, 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 ding.
I'm surprised that George didn't fold on the flop.
Yeah, on the flop.
Very, very interesting hand. I'm not
They're doing that reverse psychology.
right.
There's nothing more that gets me all giddy than when Ruben flips over a bluff. And I've seen him do it probably about 6 or 7 times, which tells me that he bluffs a lot more than I know because he just doesn't show them.
100%. Tony here in the small blind flops trips versus top for Coach
The flush draw.
versus a nut flush draw. From
Yes, and Coach
right.
hits top pair, top kicker. No chance of a running diamond flush for him, but going to be enough to keep 3 of them in there.
8 of spades would have been a brutal card.
Oh, yes, it would have. It's sitting in the box. We don't ever like to see people win or lose. We don't root for anybody, but we love to see dominating, like brutal cards, like I called out with Ace of Hearts, 8 of Hearts, 5 of Hearts earlier. We like to see those insane hands.
We just like to see everyone likes action, you know? If there's no significant connection from any of the players, then, you know, it's just going to go bet, fold. And nobody wants to see that. We want to see something exciting. So it's not personal. If we want to see,
Yeah, we're not rooting against anybody. We just want to see the obnoxious, connections there.
for sure.
And Rudy's been silent, like we said earlier. He's playing it a little more coy, waiting for his. He's forced. He's got what 8,000 in his stack, 8,200, and he's got to wait. I guess he is the official life support right now.
He's definitely on life support. He has, less than a quarter of a stack compared to the other players. Did take a brutal beat, but at least he has a plan. If he busts out, he's going to go have a good time in Vegas. He's in a win-win
Plan B
situation right now. He has a plan B.
Plan B.
Can't be too bad.
And he's probably going to be playing the main event anyways.
Yeah, he probably will fire up.
I think at this table, for sure, Daryl will be playing it. MJ will be playing it. George will be playing it. Ruben will be playing it. Possibly Duplantis and Rudy. So that's 7 that I know for sure. I don't know if Paul will make the trip out there or Tony, but there's a very good chance that Tony will go out there. They love these big action tournaments.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. A lot of these guys have been playing the main event for years. For them, this is just a free roll to a tournament that they're going to be firing off in regardless. Have not seen too many deep runs. I think Slate did quite good a few years ago.
Debbie did okay a couple of years ago.
Did she?
Yeah, a few
That's
years
awesome.
back. George has done really well.
Has he?
In the main, yes.
Right.
I think he's got 3 cashes, possibly maybe more.
That's
in the
awesome.
main.
Very awesome. I think day 2 or day 3. Day 3 is the cash.
Yes.
That's great.
We've had from West Texas, and I say this all the time, and I'm bragging because the players in West Texas are just insane. I mean, I'm from West Texas, born and raised, and I think from West Texas the best poker players in the world are born out here, just because of the way the cash games play. It you can never be comfortable with what you have.
Yeah, there's definitely a certain type of player out of West Texas. I don't think that we have world-class players necessarily. There's a lot that goes into world-class talent in any field, but we have our chops for sure. And we go out, we give people trouble. We definitely have our
We're the bad boys of
respect.
poker. We're the bad boys of poker. Braxton pulling in a bracelet.
Braxton did do that, yeah.
Look at this.
Ruben with the
A's made their way around again.
see how big he makes it, maybe 3,000 or something like that.
And it's gonna go fold, and
1,500. See these raises. Rudy does the same thing. Ruben does the same thing. They're making it a size where their opponent can't fold.
and this will be trouble if an ace comes on the flop because Tony doesn't like to get away from it.
No, Tony is a fighter. He doesn't go down softly.
And
doesn't
he
like
c-bets
to
a lot.
fold. He will float quite a bit out of position. Now Ruben's in a spot after checking in order to disguise his hand. He is going to bet on the Queen Jack 9. And it looks like he's going to take it down.
Easy peasy. Textbook poker right there. Let your opponent try to catch up. Don't let him get ahead.
The only thing, yeah, it's good for sure. The only thing about raising so small when you're deep stacked and you only have a one pair hand, then
What's up, Mr. Carter? How are you doing today?
wasn't world class at all. Come on, Blaze. Yeah, but Doyle wasn't from West Texas. He was from East Texas. He just spent time in West Texas. We had Johnny Moss. A different time for sure. The strongest players probably come out of Russia, Germany.
Why is that?
They're very studious people. They spend a lot of time on the numbers, and they're going into the deep fabric of the game itself. Out here, we play a lot, a ton of experience, ton of fight, but no one out here is very studious. That's going to be looking at the numbers of the game and really diving into the nitty gritty. It takes a lot. It's very, very complex.
We're going to be three-way to the flop on this. I don't see the other ace-10 or the 10-9 suited letting it go, especially with the sizing, only 600 more. Three-way to the flop, $4,100 in the pot. Ace-10 versus ace-10 versus 10-9 suited. Flop comes out, jack of hearts, 4 clubs, 8 of clubs. Backdoor club draw for Tony. But this might be one of those hands, first to bet, first to take it. Now Tony doesn't go anywhere.
Picks up club on the turn. And Paul is going to go ahead and bet with his straight draw. Gets a call from Tony here on the button. With his ace of clubs working.
Tony's only staying if an ace or a 10 comes or a club.
It might even go check through.
That was a club. Oh, and that was the worst club for Paul because it did pair his 10. But I think he can get away from it. 2,000 into 4,100.
Yeah, not really significant for Paul. He was trying to make a straight, not really trying to make a pair on a jack high board. He does look to be thinking it over, but Tony has way too many clubs here. You're calling.
He never shows his hand unless he's called.
Uh,
Tony doesn't show bluffs. Tony doesn't show nuts. Tony shows no information whatsoever. And I noticed George does it too. He doesn't show even cards that don't make sense to the board. You'll see players like Rudy when he's got like quad aces with an ace in his hand. He'll show the 6 in his hand, or something just that tries to make the players think.
Right.
But Tony doesn't show anything, and that helps him.
yeah,
With how I'm gonna say reckless, but I don't mean it reckless. With how wild that his range is, that helps him in that area. Or is it well known?
I guess
that he
I know
doesn't like to
I
get
know what
sticky?
you're saying. It is best to not divulge any information and show down as few cards as possible. For good players, they can look at one hand and deduce a lot about your range, and figure out what makes you tick and what kind of hand categories you're using. In
So don't ever
which
show.
ways. I never show. I used to when I was trying to prove something. If I pulled off a bluff or something like that, I would I would show it to show how smart I was, but I don't care what anyone thinks anymore, so I don't show.
So we got a decent hand brewing. 3-bet by Daryl. Pocket jacks. MJ's going to make the call, and we saw Ruben fold the nutty nuts, the 5-3 of diamonds. Tough fold right there, but sometimes you got to let the monsters go like that. And so here we are, heads up, Ace Queen versus Jackie Jack, and nothing but a set of jacks.
Top set for Daryl. I like to see him check here and allow any of the overcards to come through. When you have top set, only problem is you don't have anything to target, right? It's hard for MJ to have a jack, which is what you'd be targeting for value. If he has queens, kings, or aces, he's going to be 4-betting pre-flop, so he doesn't really have any of those hands. MJ does float with his backdoor hearts and his overcards.
And that's trouble. That's trouble. Top pair, top kicker.
Now he could
lead out right here.
He's hurting bad.
And at least he checked right there. And this is where Daryl's going to begin to capitalize on the pot with what's in there, because there's 2 straight draws out there. Yeah. And a flush draw out there. So he's gonna try to make MJ have to pay to get to this point.
Let's see if MJ decides to check raise on this turn. Plenty to protect from, plenty to get value from. He doesn't have kings or aces in his range, and Daryl does, so he also doesn't have many pocket queens. He might have some pocket jacks, as we can see that Daryl has them.
And but, that's kind of a scare card. Well, King 10 wouldn't have called on the flop.
No.
King 10 suited might have called pre-flop, but they wouldn't have called on the flop, so that eliminates King 10. So Daryl at this point is not worried about anything, not even pocket queens, because a set of queens would have re-raised at that point.
Yeah, he has what is called the effective nuts.
Explain that to some of the viewers, like maybe Murray. Murray might need to know what the effective nuts are.
So the effective nuts is essentially when you use your hand reading in order to eliminate certain hands from your opponent's range. And just like Charlie broke down for you guys right now, King 10 is not going to be continuing on the flop. 10-8 doesn't continue on the flop. So the straights can very well be eliminated. And so the first effective nuts would be pocket queens. Second effective nuts,
he's holding
pocket jacks. And MJ is just not going to have very many combinations of pocket queens. He is very likely to be, I guess I could see him flatting the 3-bet out of position versus Daryl in some cases. It's not like he doesn't have any, but most of the time he will be 4-betting.
And that movement right there by MJ told Daryl what he had. Daryl knows the range that he's in. Ace, queen, king, queen, something like that.
Ace, queen, yep.
And Daryl took a lot of time. And when I say a lot of time, he took 1.5, 2 minutes to make that bet. And look at this. MJ makes a very amazing laydown. But when you break it down with your poker lingo, your knowledge, that was a simple laydown. But for somebody like me, top pair, top kicker, I can't just lay that down very easily. Daryl took his time, very, very groomed with that bet of 5,200 into that pot. And MJ made a great laydown, but it's easy for everyone sitting at this table to make that laydown.
Yeah, for a thinking player, it's still not easy. You know,
it's not easy because you don't want to.
Right. It's just that your hand doesn't want to let it go. You have top pair, top kicker, but if you're playing your A game, you're grounded, and you're really, really settled in your presence, then you can make those decisions, whether it be folding aces post flop, folding kings post flop, things like that. Sometimes you just do the right thing.
Yes. Oh, we have a want and a need that Blaze is going to have to address right now. So it comes to our attention that
was he really?
So Blaze just learned something. Blaze is a book of knowledge when it comes to poker. But Doyle Brunson was actually born in Sweetwater, Texas, home. There's 2 greats that are born there. Both Doyle Brunson and Reese was born there. So we got a learning minute for Mr. JB.
You know what it is? He went to school in East Texas. Because I read some of his biography. It's been so long. I apologize. Mr. Brunson is West Texas, born and raised. His hometown is Sweetwater, and come to find out, he's actually buried on his family's burial plot, just north of town.
Really?
So pretty interesting. Fun facts.
Fun facts.
Shout out to Mr. McCain.
The book of knowledge comes through.
Oh no.
So here we are moving on around to hand number 25-ish. And once again, pocket aces made their way around again. We haven't got to do it yet, but there we go. 2 dings for 2 aces. And this is kind of a dry board. Nobody's going to make this call. Daryl's thinking about it. But his history with Ruben, he knows Ruben's not messing.
Yeah, this is such a big bet in a big spot. No one is gonna be coming along for the turn versus Rube. And look, Rube shows the aces.
Yeah, Murray, Ruben just flipped over the effective nuts on that point right there, so pulls in another pot. And I'm learning a lot about Doyle Brunson that I didn't know. He ran track, was drafted by the NBA. And learning all kinds of new stuff about Doyle Brunson that we did not know was there. Welcome in, Debbie. Welcome in, Antiques. I butchered that name. I do apologize about that. But welcome into KoJack's Live. What y'all are seeing as the cards are going out, we're going to show you. This is the Road to Vegas seat number 2 that was given away. Nassim dominated the Tournament of Champions and walked away with seat number 1. This is the second seat that KoJack's is giving away into the big one, the $10,000 freeze out main event. And it's going to be great. And here goes George. George gets another playable hand pre-flop in the hijack position. You want to use the hijack position to your advantage the majority of the time, whether or not you have cards, right?
You can't get too crazy. You can't just use any 2 random cards. That's why you develop ranges. You start looking at mathematically what can be profitable from certain positions. When you have less people, less to act, you are less likely to be able to run in to powerful hands.
That's the flop set, and George might be in a little bit of trouble here. It's going to be hard for him to get away.
Yeah, we got big action. MJ does go ahead and flat the C bet from George on the flop.
Now Duplantis has top pair. The only thing that could have been worse for Duplantis right here would have been the 9 of spades being an 8 of clubs.
He is going to open this pot. Duplantis likes to bet big and protect his hand. It is going to be very costly to him here. MJ looking disappointed.
Did George already fold that?
He might be doing... No, he checked it. So MJ...
Well, Duplantis is after George.
Right. So George checked. He didn't...
Oh, I'm with you now. I'm sorry. I got confused.
And MJ calls. He's going to give George a price to go ahead and take a river. I don't mind it.
A lot of players cover up their faces. Why is that? Their mouths. When they wear, a lot of players wear hoodies when you start seeing the more seasoned players and they cover their mouth. So here we go. Important river card coming is a 10, and that gives a check mark to MJ. George and Duplantis. MJ did what he was supposed to right there. He checked and checked to let the aggressors bet, and he did not get maximum value there.
Yeah, that is the problem with checking or check calling the turn with a set. You have a lot of targets to protect from and to get value from. So I do like check calling flops with sets, especially bottom sets. You can check raise.
Do you like checking with the nuts though? Or do you like letting them bet with the nuts, or with when you're holding the nuts?
It depends. It depends on who you're up against.
The table, right?
Yeah, Duplantis does not like to fold just in general, so I think if MJ check raises him there, he'll probably get a call pretty often.
All right, moving on around. And once again, big hands are in the mix. Rudy is short stacked, only holding 17 big blinds. He does choose to make the call with 400, but it moves around. And Coach with ace jack off raises it up to 1200. MJ does make the call, but Paul wakes up with two ladies in his bed.
There's been a lot of big there's been a lot of big hands so far at this final table of sorts.
Oh, it's 100% a final table. They just played 36 tournaments to get there.
Right.
Here we go. Flop comes out. Ace of spades, king of hearts, seven of something. I didn't get to see it fast enough.
Yeah, I missed it. Unfortunately, we're having a little bit of trouble with
Was that ace king seven?
RFID. I didn't see it.
If that was ace king seven, Rudy flopped two pair. I don't remember exactly what it was. Rudy, it was not ace king seven. It was ace king six. Okay. So we have top pair and top pair right there. Bet. Oh, Coach raised or bet 5,000 right there. MJ with the ace 10. It's on him to make that call. That's another one of those spots where earlier when MJ had the ace queen and Daryl had the pocket jacks and he made the great laydown. That's another solid laydown right there. Get a peek at the chip stacks. It's getting to not so much do or die time for Rudy. He's got 6,300. Excuse me. Holding about 14-ish, 15-ish big blinds at this point right here. So it's if he puts his chips in, he's got to plan on putting them all in, right?
I think so. You might as well go ahead and get them in. It's different when everyone isn't so far ahead of you. Right now, you want to wait for, instead of bleeding off, say you raise small or you call and you're bleeding off a bunch of chips and the blinds start to rise along the way. It's not ideal. You want to go ahead and just wait for a big hand and put it all in and pray for a double up. Maybe wait for a button and try and jam and steal some blinds away.
Yeah, 400
Things
chips
like
in the
that.
big blind. You could steal 600 a couple times, and you're flipping the coin right there, whether or not they have a hand at that point.
Yep.
Daryl jumping in. Last time he had queen 80, flopped a flush. Tony not at the table.
Oh, no.
Cards are already mucked, and ace king is gone.
How about that? Guess you had to take a bathroom break.
Oh, gotta love the soundboard action here, and always gonna stay live with KoJack's live. So we're gonna be heads up to the flop. Two players, 5,200 in the pot. Queen Jack versus 10-9. Flop comes out 3 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds, 4 of spades. Duplantis is not dead yet, though. He's got 6 possible outs. Only 4 of them are live. 8 of clubs on the turn. Paul's going to lead out and bet that. That's going to be the end of the line, end of the game of this round for Duplantis, unless he somehow finds a raise. It bugs me when people call it a re-raise.
Why is that?
Because there's no such thing as a re-raise. There's a raise, then there's another raise, then there's another raise. That's from the movies, like Matt Damon's sitting across from Teddy KGB. I raise you. That's a terrible remake of his accent, but there's no such thing as a re-raise.
It's just verbiage.
I know.
Raise, what would you say?
I raise you. All right, if you're in the chat, is it just a raise or is it a re-raise? What exactly do you consider that?
I like it.
Because as a dealer, you don't say re-raise. You say raise. Then somebody puts in a 3-bet, raise.
Yeah, that's fair. I see what you're saying.
So if you're in the chat, you're watching, what exactly is that? When you make a bet and someone raises you and then someone raises them, is it just another raise? Is it a re-raise? What are we talking about here? Do we know what we're talking about, or do you know what you're talking about? Gonna keep it live. Carter's in the chat. Carter, what is it? A raise or a re-raise? Murray, what do y'all think? Uh-oh, Reese in the chat. Proud to say Doyle was a family friend born right outside of town. Went to Hardin-Simmons University in Abilene. Has been looked at by the Minnesota Lakers, Minneapolis Lakers, but hurt his knee. What is this? His kids invited them to be one of the 20 people at the actual funeral north of town. Where, holy cow.
way.
That right there, Reese, is an absolute honor.
That's awesome. Well, there you go.
There
Learn
you
something
go.
new every day.
Now we put that in the bank. That's probably why Doyle visited so many of the backdoor games here.
Yeah.
Yep, him and Amarillo Slim.
No, he spent a lot of time with the I forgot what they call themselves, but they spent a lot of time in Milan, Odessa back in the day.
Speaking of gunslingers, we got Mr. Robert in the box, man. Look at him pitch those cards around those readers. Love it. Coach wakes up with 66. He's going to be in there. Jeremy says it's just a raise. All right, I am Team Jeremy right now. Jeremy says it's just a raise. Carter says either way works just fine. He's by Razel.
He's by Razel.
And here's Ruben again. Ruben jumps in with King Jack offsuit, the house hand. Welcome to the room. Flop comes out 10 of spades, 6 of spades, 7 of diamonds. Here it goes. That is the flop set right there by Coach. But the only problem is he's not going to get a whole lot of action. And he checks it now. Now he's got himself in a predicament because anybody holds any 9, his set of 6s is no good. And he's got to see where he's at, and that's why you see a bet around 600. That's half pot. He just wants to see where he is.
Look at Rube.
9 gives him the jack high.
Yep, he does want to gamble a bit.
Ruben's getting jiggy with it today. A queen on the river, and hopefully he does not do anything else to get himself in trouble. And Coach picks up a nice needed little pot right there. And moving on around to hand number 2727 at KoJack's Poker Club. Action is packed in the room. If your name's not on the list on Poker Atlas, get it up there. We are banging it out today. MJ is going to look down in the +2 seat, ace 4 suited. He's gonna raisey daisy it up, and I don't think Daryl's going to look at ace 7 very much here, more than looking at it go into the muck. Not very playable, and it's going to move around. George once again has another pocket pair. I think this is his 4th pocket pair. Twice queens, once aces, and now 6s. Flop comes out directly in MJ's favor. Top two in his hand. And I think this hand's just going to play itself out. It's going to go check by George, bet by MJ, fold by George. There's no other way that this can go. Except George makes the call, and this is why he makes the call. This is why they know more than I do. Turn card comes out, a 5 of hearts, gives the up and down straight draw for George. MJ is looking to maximize. He's got an overwhelming hold on this hand, 80% effective to win this, and leads out with 1,500. George does make the call, looking for the deuce or the 7, and neither one come on the river. 10 of spades on the river, and only way MJ's getting any more action out of this pot is if George leads out with it, and it does go check, check. George flips over his 6s. MJ shows his ace 4 2 pair, and chips pushing towards MJ. Oh, Lord, Carter. You know you're enjoying it, man. We miss you up here. Heard you had a great time out in Vegas playing some of that PLO 5 out there. And I know that you did great out there, bringing back some money to West Texas. And you'll definitely have to come visit us out here in the card room and tell us how it all went. Tell us about some of the big pots that you got intertwisted in, and let us know how that action went out in Vegas. And when you're headed back there, I know you like to dabble in some of these WSOP events. So we'll look forward to seeing your name on some of the leaderboards out there, as you're definitely capable of doing that. Moving on around to hand number 28 of this final table of the points series leaders. They are duking it out for a seat into the $10,000 main event in Vegas. Coach looks down, pocket sevens, Razy Daisy pulls it up, 1,100. Blinds are now 200, 400, so just shy of 3x. And it does not look like he is going to get much action from this. Jack 5, 9 deuce, 10, 7. Not many playable hands. And he says, man, I finally got a hand, get no action. But I'll tell you this, any pot that you're scraping in chips into your chip stack is a win for you. If you can add 1, 2, 3 more chips of each denomination every orbit, that means you're playing for free. And that is what you absolutely want to do. Thank you. That is what you absolutely want to do. Add to your chip stacks in those spots. Welcome in Vince, Prince Vince, joining us over from Celebrity Card Club. If you're watching the stream and you're in the West Texas area and you stumbled upon it on accident, didn't know what you're getting into, we have several card clubs out in West Texas. You've got KoJack's Poker Club in Midland, Texas. You've got our sister club, Celebrity Card Club, over in Odessa, Texas. And if you think our action's crazy, you ought to check out some of their action. They open the doors at 2 p.m. daily. And they usually have about 2 tables of people skipping out on work. So looking for that extra easement there. So if you're over in Odessa, go visit Celebrity Card Club. And once again, that is your pocket aces. This is the 4th time we have seen them on the table.
2nd for George. 3rd time at the table, I believe. Maybe 4th.
4th, yeah. And just unfortunate for George, Paul didn't get a big enough pair to continue on this board. The king and the 9 overwhelm him every point, and Paul's gonna fold this. As I said, Paul's gonna make the call. Turn card comes out, another king.
He decides to try and hit a 7 on the turn. Very often he's also just ahead. The king does pair up, and I'm curious to see whether or not Paul decides to lead. He doesn't. He goes ahead and checks. He is ahead of all of the ace-high combinations that George has.
And that's an over bet, isn't it?
No, he bet 85 into about 10 or so. So
is there any world that Paul could think 7s are good right here?
No, because the queen, he just has, he could even have quads, you know? He decides to call, looks like. Oddly enough. I don't see the rationale. What kind of hand could you put him on? Jack 10 is a straight.
I mean, even ace king at that point, you're setting at trip kings.
I can't imagine any hands that he beats. Ace 10, ace jack. I guess those 2 hands specifically are probably what he was trying to pick off.
Oh, because there was king and a 9 on the flop.
Yeah.
Jack 10 may have thought he was.
Jack 10 gets there. Jack
that's right. The queen hit on the turn.
9, the queen on the turn, 9 on the river.
So any hand that could have got there pretty much got there.
He's crushed by everything except for ace jack and ace 10. And sometimes you get some cards stuck in your head and decide to pay it off. Don't blame him for it, but should have been a pretty easy fold.
No Big O going yet, Carter, but that doesn't mean it won't. We got the players in the room that love the Big O. 1, 2, 3, 4 players at this table absolutely love Big O.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to try and play cash after something like this. They might. If Rudy busts out early, you can play heads up with Rudy.
Oh, no, he's jumping on that plane.
Oh, yeah, I forget about that.
And look at this. It's just too cheap to call, not to call.
Yeah, Paul is going to come along with this hand for sure.
Several new members in the room today. We got one couple that moved in from Arizona and walked in with his lady, and come to find out, he said she's a better poker player than him.
Really?
So, yeah, if you're in the room, I'm not going to tell you who she is, but if she's at the 1-2 table, she might be dominating that today.
Coach here with top pair and a jack of diamonds does have this board crushed.
5-3 so strong.
So strong. Hercules.
Oh, that's such a good movie too. And coach going to bet it out. Nobody's got enough of anything to make this call. And coach going to pull in another one. Let's get a quick look at the stacks. And we see Rudy down at the bottom, single chip. That he just got a single peak chip in front of him, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's funny. He does have just a single chip. Doesn't want to make change.
No, and he does. He will not make change when he gets to that point.
No, he won't.
That's psychological.
He's stubborn.
I love it. I love it. Rudy's looking down and saying, "Man, I've seen everybody else has aces and wins. My ace is lost."
I bet he feels terrible about it.
And that's just one of those crappy spots that you're in.
Yeah, well, it happens to the best
Everybody.
of us.
Yeah, it happens to everybody. I'd love to see Rudy double up a couple times. Jack 10 for George off. He's going to bump it up just a tad 900 now. Also, if you're out in West Texas, over in San Angelo, the River League, they got some crazy big Carter. You're asking about Big O games. They got some crazy Big O games. They have 2 or 3 tables of Big O every, I think it's Wednesday or Thursday. And they have all denominations out there. People drive in all the way from, Sean Rice drives in from Lubbock. I like to drop his name out just because of his second place finish that he just had. And here we go. Everybody's got a piece of it.
Yep. Top pair and a gut shot for both George and Coach, and Daryl
With a gut shot.
with a gut shot as
To
well.
a bigger straight.
Yep.
And if George makes it price point worthy, we'll see Daryl call along with it. Oh, I'd love to see Daryl pop it to 5K right now.
That would be awesome. He is unblocking the hearts, so it does leave a lot of heart combinations available to both George and Coach.
And look at this.
So
he
it
postures
is-
himself that he's going to be active in this hand. He looked down at his cards and he set up straight,
Well,
and he
doesn't-
says,
he
"Wake."
doesn't always do it. Sometimes he'll do this, and then he'll decide on a fold.
Oh, what I'm saying is he just looked interested in it. Oh, you shut up, Johnny. You know too much. He set up straight. I was like, man, he is coming in, and he's glad he's not in there anymore. As both players turn the gut shot.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Bet
be
raise.
a chop pot pretty often.
It's going to be a bet raise.
I'm not
shove
sure.
call. What do you think?
I think after that beat that Coach took in that cash game, he's not going to be raising any straights that aren't the nuts.
5-3 is so good, except for that 1 point.
Yeah, so George is going to bet this. Coach is going to call. I don't think there's going to be an all-in.
There's no world that somebody thinks
Good
somebody's
spot.
holding queen 10.
Well, they're both going to be concerned about that for sure.
So if George shoves right here, that's going to be a tough call by Coach.
Yeah, if you shove, you only get called by
What beat you?
queen 10. Yeah. So bets 8K, gets a call. That's it.
And look at them. They're both so seasoned. George puts it out there and collects it up before the dealer can even do anything.
Already knows.
Look at Duplantis, completely comfortable at the table.
Lay back.
Yeah, he's laid back with his mind on his money and his money on his mind. And look at Tony. Tony's the same posture. His posture has never changed. Daryl's posture never changed. Rudy's posture, he's just looking for his and he had to make change. Did you notice that?
Did they make him make change? Or
No, I think he called the 400 and then had to fold.
did he call the 400?
No, he just made flat change.
Let me see. Yeah, he still has a 5K. I guess he decided on it. Maybe a Ruben convinced him.
Yeah. Ruben says, "Let me get that pink chip."
Yeah. He's looking at his watch.
He talks into it. He acts like it's a smartwatch, and it's not. Because you know how we don't let him have electronics?
Yeah.
Every time somebody makes a bluff, he brings his watch up and he says, make a note of 5:32 p.m. He bluffed the nuts.
That's funny. Rudy is a character, man. He's
Oh, we love him here.
a lot of fun to have at the table. Sometimes can be a huge pain in the butt, but overall, it's fun to have him around.
Yeah, most of the time he's right when he's complaining about something, and that's the hard pill for us to swallow. But one thing I would love to do, I would love to go to Vegas. I want to see him in a big main event, and I want to, you know how his table talk is his best portion of him, and he gets under people's skin, and he just keeps going, and he gets you off your game. I want to see if he does it out there.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun. You're talking about actually going out and physically seeing him, or seeing him under the lights?
Oh, I would love to.
That would be great.
George loves this flop. Flops middle pair with the nutty nut flush draw. Paul just wanted to get, well, he was just in the pot because he was big blind. So it's coming back down to the two people who have tangled the most. And look how many outs George has.
He has quite a bit. On most runouts, he is going to be. Let's see if he can get a fold here from MJ.
Look at that, 13 outs.
After continuing on this turn.
16 total outs, 13 of them are live. That's crazy. Is this one of those cases where you have too many outs?
Well, he's probably just going to get a fold. Yeah, he gets a fold from MJ.
Ooh. He didn't know he was behind, but he really... Okay, so even though he's behind, having 16 outs, we're just going to pretend that they're all there. Is he ahead?
You're talking about George?
Yeah, at that point.
No, he's a dog for sure. Difference between MJ and George in that spot is George has to hit his card, and MJ does not have to hit. And so it's if you're drawing, you're always behind for the most part, unless you have some sort of crazy draw. But in Hold'em, if you're drawing to a better hand on the turn, you're always a dog. In PLO, you can be a favorite, but very rare.
Drawing hand stronger in PLO?
Yeah, because you have more equity. You're going to have more cards in the deck that can help you out. You can have wraps. You can have a double on the turn. You can have a double flush draw, things like that.
PLO, what would you rather have? Ace, ace, king, queen, or Jack 10, 9, 8 suited? Double.
Aces. Ace, ace, king, queen.
That's why I'm commentating and not playing, because I'd rather have Jack 10, 9, 8 double suited.
They're fun to have, but there's so many times you just whiff. It's like a double paired board, or it's a paired board, or it's hard to hit with those Jack 10, 9, 8s. But when they do hit, man, they're beautiful. Feels so good.
That's one of the reasons why I love 5-3 so much. It's because it's so hidden. I love setting down, like when I go to another card club or in Vegas, I sit down and probably the third or fourth hand I got 5-3. And I established myself as I had aces. Just a full barrel. It raised to 15, call 15, call 15. I just put 100 out there. Everybody folds. I show them 5-3.
Just to get started.
Just to get started. Yeah, just to get started.
I love it.
So the next time I have aces, probably about an hour later, I just put the barrel out there just like that, and 2 snap calls. Then I lose the hand and lose most of my money because somebody calls out a straight because I showed them I played the stupid 5-3 and they played it.
Something silly, something equally silly, and decide to get involved.
Yes. So here we go. We're going to have a little bit here. George 3 bets once again, ace jack off, and Ruben lets it go. Ruben doesn't we've seen Ruben dive in a little bit, but he lets king 10 go into the muck. George is getting a little fresh, and Duplantis always has these little cuties. And I'm lucky enough to be one of the people that every time I walk in, he says, "Charlie boy," throws me one, and he sits there and looks at me until I eat it. I'm like, "Brian, I'm going to devour this." I don't know what you're watching for.
They're good, man. Brian has some good snacks.
And Mr. Paul brought the employees a whole bag of them.
Did he?
And Duplantis goes, "What the hell is he trying to upstage me?" And I said, "You got competition now. We need 2 bags from you next week."
Mm-hmm.
Paul finally got a playable hand. Daryl may pick this position of the hijack, and he does. Now, does Paul 3-bet it, or does he lay in the water?
Versus, yeah, I guess I already saw the hand. Wow, they both flat. Paul here versus Daryl.
Look at Ruben. Look at Ruben. Oh, I thought he was gonna do it.
I thought he was gonna do something. That would have been insane.
Make it 5K right there, and everybody have to fold.
Paul probably isn't folding. Tony might not fold either. He's very sticky. Queen 7-3, 2-tone flop. Daryl holding the ace of clubs. does decide to bet.
So that's a blocker bet right there, isn't it?
Yeah, you're just planning to represent the flush when it gets there.
And Tony says no.
It's also a pretty dry flop.
Look at that. Daryl put 1,000 out there, said 800. Paul calls the 800, and Tony says nope, 3,000. Is he playing his hand face up?
Yeah, basically, he's saying he has a queen or better. He doesn't have very many 2-pair combinations. There's a couple of queen 7, 3 combinations of queen 7 suited, 3 combinations of queen 3 suited.
And look at this. They're going to go on their bellies down. Never shows.
Yep. I like a good play by Mr. Love.
I'll tell you what. Mr. Love likes to play a lot of hands. He's been pretty mellow tonight, playing a lot of hands. But a lot of times I see him stacking chips.
Yeah, he can run up some stacks for sure. Sometimes he's running good. Sometimes he's, playing well. It's a mix, but he can run up some stacks for sure.
So if you're just joining in, what you are watching is you are watching the Tournament of Leaders. This is the second seat that we have given away into the main event. Actually, haven't given away. This is the second seat that we will be giving away. And one of these players is going to be sitting representing KoJack's in the most prestigious tournament in the world. Oh, we're going to have action on this hand. And, Rudy's all in, ladies and gentlemen. Stand up, stand up, stand up and holler. Rudy's not dead, but he needs some help. And this, you couldn't pick a better hand.
In a tough spot here versus MJ. You know, those dominated aces do win fairly often. And he has the spades working for him. We'll see if he can survive.
Flop comes out. Ace, and Rudy's in some dire need. Jack and a jack only. Now he's got split pot options, an 8 or a 5.
No, yeah, with 8 or a 5, you're right.
And just like that, you have your first player from the table who will be able to catch the plane to Vegas. He wasn't worried about leaving early. Let's give him a round of applause. Congratulations, Rudy Borg. We'll see you in Vegas anyways. Maybe that penny that he found, he's going to leave on the table.
You think? I think he might. Yeah, after picking up aces, flopping a set. And
he gave it to Ruben. Congratulations, Rudy. Amazing tournament. Oh, I like Carter's saying in the chat, he that plays the most hands loses the most money. What do you think about that?
Well, 50-50, man. I don't know. I've seen some people that play all the hands and they have all the money.
Nassim?
So it depends. Yeah, you're either going to lose the most money or you're going to win the most money. So double-edged sword could go either way, but that's gambling.
Yes. So the first player of the top 9 of the points series leaderboard was Mr. Rudy Borg. He has been eliminated in 9th place, but don't let that hold him down because he's not. He's going to hop on a plane right now and heading to Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. And here we go. Another hand. Duplantis versus Tony. Ace-Jack suited and Ace-10 offsuit. And the only thing that could help Duplantis out more is that if that was Ace-Jack of hearts. Duplantis going to check. Tony's going to bet it. And Duplantis is going to fold it. Well, there's a queen option for him, though.
Yeah, he has an overcard to the king. He does have a gut shot to the nut straight. Does decide to come along. Tony does have the ace of hearts working for him on heart runouts. Duplantis checks it. Tony decides to bet.
6,000. This is going to be the end of the road for Duplantis. He's not going to chase any further with 6K. Or 2,500. It looked like so much more when he just threw that out. 2,500 is enough. 14,300 chips up in the pot, and that's a trouble card for Duplantis.
Yeah, big trouble. Big trouble.
I mean, he's going to have to pay it off. Tony will probably bet anywhere between the range of 7,000 and 10. And that was an instant call. And Duplantis says, "What the heck, man? Just an unfortunate spot for him to be in right there." And here goes he who plays the most hands, stacks the most chips. I'm just kidding, Carter.
You know.
High VPIP is never a good thing in the long run. Okay, so Carter is 100% correct right there. And we're talking about Tony playing a lot of hands, but let's look at the VPIP on this table. Tony is right middle of the field, 29% voluntarily put into the pot. Coach, Daryl, MJ, all lower. And it's very different at KoJack's from the high level tournaments to cash games. Cash games, VPIPs, we joke around all the time because the VPIPs are always 60% plus for 8 out of 9 players on the table. But when you go to a tournament that this is a winner take all, this is a one prize, $10,000. And your VPIPs aren't going to be very crazy. Daryl picks up his third pocket pair of the day. Wired eights, as Jack Keene likes to call it.
Does decide to raise it up. Paul gonna come along with his offsuit ace 10. Everyone else folds through. We have a heads up situation here between Daryl and Paul. Paul is in position. Daryl with a middling pair. Flop is a king jack deuce two-tone texture.
There's no point that Daryl can think he has the effective nuts at this point
No.
with the king on the board.
Yeah, you know the problem is when Paul comes along here, he is gonna have plenty of kings and jacks in his range, and high cards as well as pairs. So Daryl can c-bet once to try and use his image to take down the pot on the flop. After facing resistance from Paul, out of position, he's just going to have to let it go. So for Daryl, that's a one and done sort of situation. He does bet the flop. Paul comes along and he checks, and after Paul bets the turn, he gives up. Paul does end up having the nuts, and he does show him, as many players decide to do. I think people like showing their hands, especially when they have it, because they like
It's showing off.
It's like developing like that your bets
You're only
are
playing.
reputable. Like
yeah.
you develop a reputation of having.
Boom, I got the nuts. Look at that.
Right. Look at these nuts.
All right, here we go. Daryl looks down at queen 8. The last time he had queen 8 of hearts, he flopped the flush, but he's going to let this go. And Tony finds 2 of the other 8s in his hand, and he's going to raisey daisy. Blinds are sitting at 300, 500 now at KoJack's. So the typical 3x raise, that's going to be 1,500, and that's what we see. And look how fast those cards went into the muck, moving back around to the big blind. MJ with ace jack off, and he's going to make the call. Not even worried about it. Good guy versus good guy. Good guy's going to win. And Tony just got dominated on that flop. He's only got 1 out left. Daryl had the queen 8 of spades and folded it, and so there's only 1 left. But this is one of those cases where we were talking about that, well, in this case in general, there's only 1 overcard of his pair.
Right.
So it's a hard spot for him to lay it down. I'd like to see a check by MJ, and then it's gonna cause a bet by Tony right here.
And
Just kidding.
Does decide to slow down. I do like what MJ is doing so far. He has an image as a very aggressive player, and he is playing his strong made hands a little bit trappy. Now that he bets this river, he could have potentially got looked up by Tony. The heart does come along, and so Tony decides to fold. He is beat by the heart combinations and the jack X in MJ's range. But, no need to go so big on the sizing there for Tony. Something that he does like doing. He likes sizing up when he has ace king or any of his pair hands.
A lot of his bets are very calculated.
He's face up.
I don't know if it's by luck or if he's always betting within the pot limit to get a call. He plays a lot of his hands. He wants you to follow him along. He doesn't try to push you off like some players do.
No, Tony does the opposite. He's very much in the camp of trying to pull people off. If he has a strong hand post flop, then he will kind of string them in and try and drag them into it. But like say he has pocket jacks, he's not raising small. He's raising massive because he doesn't want to get beat with them.
Look at this. Call, raise, and is it re-raise or raise again? It's so Duplantis 3-bet raises.
I do say 3-bet or 4-bet. Personally, I don't really use re-raise. I don't mind it. I don't think it sounds too bad in my head. That's just me, you know. Duplantis does 3-bet. Gonna have Tony coming along,
And King George.
looking for a 3 of clubs, especially.
And that's not a terrible flop for Tony.
No, it's not. Duplantis does flop top pair.
He is all in. His remaining 14,000 chips, and it's going to make it through. Just like that. Easy peasy. So guess what is back at KoJack's? Do you know what it is, Blaze? Boom. You asked, we listened, all new games. Got one running right now. 5 on the button is back on the table spread at KoJack's. It disappeared for a little while, and it came back bigger and better than ever. 500 to 1,500 with a 70% match the stacks. So when they run those stacks up, you can join them right almost as long with them. Also, every single player that played the 1-2 tables, they were begging for something. They were begging for those bomb pots, and we put them out there, and players jumping up and down and hollering. They are sealing the deal, enjoying some time with those bomb pots, and makes it so much more interesting.
Yeah, it's been a nice change. Everyone is very excited to have the 5 OTB back.
I know you asked for like 2 weeks off. I saw your vacation request come through, and in the notes it said playing 5 on the button, and we had to decline that.
I got denied. That's crazy. Can't do nothing.
Can't do nothing around here.
But yeah, it's been pretty active. Friday and Saturday we did have 4 full tables of cash games.
It's crazy. KoJack's is back.
KoJack's is back. It was nice.
Another pocket pair, but that pocket pair is up against one of the most infamous hands in poker, maybe called the parking lot hand. The Anna. How did it get Anna Kournikova? Just because of the AK?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
I mean,
AK brings AK-47 to mind.
Oh,
but that's just me.
Oh Lordy, let's not go with that one. Let's leave that one alone. But when I think of Ace King, I think of the second best. And Anna Kournikova, she's pretty scorching. I mean, she's up there along the best.
She's hot.
I don't think of her as the second best. Oh, look at this. Ace Quisha versus the Anna Kournikova. We shall use code names from here on out. Flop comes out. Kournikova 6'9".
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And that should be the end of the road. Duplantis should check it right here.
No, I mean, you want to bet.
He is a very healthy eater for a side note. Saw the cutie, see the banana.
Man, he just goes all in.
And he just ships it, and he says, I need to build my stack back, and pulls it in. Luck of the banana is in there.
So doesn't want to get beat by any of the draws. We see that he has Tony basically drawing dead. If he uses a quarter pot or a third pot sizing on that flop, he could make some extra chips out of Tony, especially in position. He's betting for protection more than anything, and that is a big mistake in poker. You know, you want to be betting for value. You want to be betting to drive your equity, things like that. But if the main reason for your betting is protection, then you're thinking about the game incorrectly. As far as I've learned.
Well, I will put your poker knowledge over my poker knowledge any day. Here we go. Tony wakes up. Ace Quisha. Daryl right in front of him raises it to 1,700 with Queen 10 of diamonds.
And Tony has been playing the offsuit versions of this hand slowly, but he is suited and does decide to 3-bet here versus a button open from Daryl. Daryl with a suited Broadway of the diamond sort does decide to come along,
Both players have a royal flush draw.
play some post flop.
Don't get to say that often, do you? Oh my gosh, both players don't. He's got the straight flush draw now. Wow.
He is going to be able to put it.
He needs to be checking this whole way, right? Trying to get that free card.
Who's that, Daryl? No, you want to start betting
Build the pot.
versus.
Well, it's already 7,000 in the pot. Blinds 300, 500. It's pretty inflated already, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if I should be saying it, but Tony, if Tony has a made hand, he's going to be betting this probably 100% of the time. The only hands that he's going to check are pocket jacks. So he's either got a full house or he has ace high.
Look how many outs Daryl has.
Yeah, he has a ton. I wouldn't mind seeing a raise here from Daryl.
He's got 15 outs.
Put Tony in a tough spot. Tony does bet the turn. And lucky for Daryl, he does river the straight flush. Unfortunately, Tony is not going to be able to pay him off in any way. So let's see what sort of sizing Daryl decides to go with. I don't think it's really going to matter. Tony can't turn this sort of hand into a bluff, and he can't really call. He doesn't beat anything. Daryl needed for Tony to have pocket kings, but again, after checking the flop, Tony isn't even going to have any pocket kings.
It's hard enough to hit a pair in poker, let alone the straight flush. And just like that, Daryl turns the absolute nuts.
Rivers.
Rivers the absolute nuts. And doesn't get as many chips as he would like, but that's still 22,000 chips shipped his way, 11,000 extra chips than he had. I mean, can't ask for a better day than that.
Yep.
And he is no, he's not. I thought he was. So with the chip counts, he is in second place. MJ running wild. MJ 61,000 chips. Each player started with 40,000. Paul has taken a few hits. He's got about 20,000 in his stack.
Under the gun here, George has pocket threes. We'll see what other hands come along. MJ from the hijack folds queen nine suited. Interesting decision. He does find himself dominated fairly often with those cards versus an under the gun range from George. But it's worth taking post flop, sitting 100 big blinds deep, in my opinion. He does decide to let it go, though. Cut off call from Daryl with ace queen off, and Tony decides to continue out of the small blind with queen 8 offsuit. Flop comes down ace 9 7, 2 hearts, and Tony checks it over to George. George c-bets with his pocket threes on ace 9 7. Something to be careful c-betting at too high of a frequency after getting flatted by a player that is not getting out of line, that's in position to you. They typically are going to have a pretty stout range, and so c-betting with pocket threes, which would be basically, it just means that you're betting all your pairs that don't connect with the board. You're also betting probably your high cards, and not the best idea. But again, if Daryl doesn't have an ace for whatever reason, very often they will fold. I don't know if he's going to fold out his 9x or his 7x, but this one checks all the way through. The 6 on the river puts out a one-liner. Daryl decides that he does not want to go for any additional value. If he's targeting any of those middling cards, most of them have 2 pairs or a straight with that river card, and so he decides to check his ace on a ace 9 7 6 5 board. MJ here. Suited Broadway, Queen Jack of clubs is going to open up from +2. George in the big blind with 10-8 offsuit does decide to go ahead and fold as a consequence of there not being an ante in the game. He can go ahead and let go some of these weaker hands. I think 10-8 off is probably a continue. Even without the ante. But he's playing a long game. MJ does have a fair amount of chips, and he could hurt him pretty badly if he wins a pot off of him. So George makes a strategic fold, gets out of the way from playing a big pot with MJ out of position. Coach here under the gun, Jack 9 of diamonds. Does decide to fold it. Definitely not something that we would be seeing in a cash game. It appears as though everyone is playing cautiously. Don't blame them. In a winner-take-all format, it's probably a good idea. Ruben raises the button with 10 deuce offsuit. The offsuit Doyle. Duplantis tagging along with ace queen off. Ruben does flop a pair on this board. Duplantis checks it over. Ruben going to go ahead and bet. I like what Ruben is doing here. He is expanding his ranges, profiting off of his image. Does decide to check the turn. No reason to bet. He is going to be checking on this river, showing down his pair, and and making Duplantis a little bit upset, seeing that he got beat up by 10 deuce off. You know, you see a lot of the fellows chuckling along with Rube. You can still see Rube's belly laugh. It's pretty awesome. I had a conversation with him yesterday. I think he played well in the Tournament of Champions, and we saw a different look from him when it got to the heads-up portion with Nassim. And, let him know that his image is something that he can use to leverage. He's been exercising that today, as far as I can see, and I love seeing it. We shall see how it all unfolds. Does open a little bit too wide there. 10 deuce offsuit is probably a bit too wide to be raising the button in this format, but flops a pair and takes down a pot. Has a good time doing it. MJ here, ace 10 of spades from under the gun. Cutoff continue from Rube with queen jack of clubs. Duplantis in the small blind with 10-8 offsuit. His hand wanted to call, but his brain decides a little better. He does lay it down. Coach is going to continue through a call with the ace queen offsuit from the big blind. 7-5-4, 2 hearts on this flop. It is a texture that favors the big blind. more than the other players. Ruben is going to be folding his queen jack on that board. MJ decides to bet. Coach is going to come along with his queen of hearts as well as his range advantage. Pretty gutsy, I would say. Does not believe MJ. He's either trying to hit one of his cards or he thinks that he's ahead often enough to continue through a call. Turn checks through. And now Coach is going to bet. So he is aware of his range advantage in this spot. And he is going to be betting to take this hand away from MJ. Does not think that MJ has many strong hands here after checking this turn. MJ will have some boats. I don't know if he checks those boats, but if anything, he either has nuts or nothing. And MJ calls Coach. Coach shows down ace queen and is bluffing with the best of it. Sick hand. Sick hand for sure. Coach didn't believe MJ. MJ didn't believe Coach. And that's what you get. I don't know what MJ was thinking precisely. I suppose he does beat the busted hearts. That is a very small portion of Coach's range. So overall, probably not a profitable hero call, but he just didn't believe him, and he was right. Coach did not have it. He just happened to have a better ace than MJ. So a nice poker hand for sure. Paul here, waking up in +1 with ace-7 of spades. Tony tags along with his offsuit ace-9. Ruben the hijack, offsuit ace-5. And George sitting on the cutoff with ace-queen offsuit. He does have that look in his eye, and he is grabbing some chips for a 3-bet. As we can see, all the aces are out. He does have all of the other players dominated. And it is likely going to fold through. It does fold through. So he raises with the best of it and gets the other players to fold. A good decision, I would say, by George. Doesn't have to take a flop very often. The other hands are going to flop him at a disadvantage. He is able to 3-bet pretty big pre-flop and take it down without giving them a free look at the flop and the opportunity to put a beat on him. If he goes any size smaller than the 7, I think he raised to like 7-7, 7-8, then he probably would have found a few calls along the way. Coach folds his button. We just have MJ and Daryl, blind versus blind. Daryl looks as though he has not looked at his cards yet. He's shaking his head about something. He's not going to be shaking his head after seeing a raise from MJ. He is sitting here in position, 50K effective versus one of the stickier, more aggressive players at the table in MJ. MJ with an ace in his hand might feel obligated to come along and try to hit top pair. But he does not. He does find a good fold there. Thankfully for him, if he would have called and hit an ace, he would have been in a world of trouble. That is something that can happen. If he hits an 8, he's also in trouble. There's nothing much good that can happen with ace-8 offsuit out of position. Unless you really know what you're doing and you really have a good read on your opponent. Not profitable. Continue for the most part. Rube here picks up pocket 6s. Waiting to get around to the rest of the action. George will probably be folding his Jack-10 offsuit. Does fold around to the small blind. Daryl with ace, king of spades is going to be raising it up. Rube doesn't in fact raise. He does call. So we have a flat from Rube. And a flat from Coach. Sitting in the cutoff. Daryl raised it up to 3.5K. Ruben does call, as does Coach. Coach not with a very good hand, but he does have position, thankfully. And we arrive at a flop of ace, 10, 5, 2 clubs. Daryl flopping top. Top does go ahead and bet. Ruben, with not much of anything, folds it. Coach folds his middle pair to the bet from Daryl. And Daryl takes it down. Picks up about 7.5K there. And Duplantis finds pocket 10s from +2. Not much from the other players. Yeah, everyone does fold around. Duplantis going to pick up the blind with his pocket pair. Plenty of good stuff going on out on the floor here at KoJack's, you guys. They have a new product that they came up with. They called it a walking taco, which is a bag of chips. And then they get all of the fixings from a cheeseburger or a hamburger, and they crumble it up and throw it in the bag. And it's pretty good. They're giving them away at half price today. Price point is set at $6 for one of those, and we're going to be doing them 50% off for $3 for today and today only. So if you want to come try them out, come on down, play a little bit of poker, and have a walking taco on us. Duplantis raises up his ace king of diamonds from early position, and Paul is going to tag along with his red pocket 4s on the button. Does find a 4 of clubs on this 6-high flop. Duplantis goes ahead and leads for 2K. Gets raised by Paul. Doesn't have any of the backdoor diamonds working for him. And if he's up against 2 pair, then he's down bad. If he's up against a solitary 6, very often those 6s are going to have some straight draws to go with him. If he's up against a straight, he's drawn dead. Versus that range of hands, he does decide to lay it down. We do have 2 tables going at the moment. We have a 1-2 table and a 5 on the button table out on the floor. Stack sizes looking fairly even at the moment. Daryl is sitting on the biggest stack with 71.5K. Shortest stack is Duplantis, registering at 30,000 roundabout. There's going to be a lot of raise and take it down situations right now. Blind levels are 30-minute, I do believe. Currently sitting at 300, 600 blinds. Hand 53 of this final table, the tournament of leaders for our point series. Tony Love here in the cutoff with 10-9 of spades. We'll be raising it up. We have continue from the small and the big blind. George here in the small blind with pocket 6s, and Duplantis with the very nice looking Jack 8 of clubs. Have a King Jack 10 flop. Check from George, check from Duplantis and Tony. Gonna go ahead and bet here. Try to take it down. George is gonna be folding. And I do believe the Duplantis, yep, does let it go. Not much reason to continue for either of those players with those particular hands. A nice bet from Tony to take down that pot. Under the gun here, MJ sitting on a stack of 50K, about 82 big blinds, is going to raise to 1,500. And Ruben with the Black Ladies is going to re-raise to 4.5K. Going to fold around. MJ will fold to the 3-bet from Ruben. are having a bit of difficulties with the chat today, guys. I'm sorry if I'm not able to respond to anybody in the chat. We weren't able to get the restreaming service that we use up in time. It was not letting us log in, so I cannot see the chat. Do apologize, guys, if it seems like I'm ignoring you. It's not the case. Ruben here, pocket jacks in the hijack, does 3-bet Paul's early position open. That's back-to-back 3-bets from Ruben. Paul doesn't think better of it, goes ahead and lays down his weak ace, gives Ruben the 1,500 and moves along to the next one. And it does look like they are going to open up a third table out there on the floor, you guys. They got 2 1-2s and the 5 OTB that did start off at about 2:30 today. Plenty of action for 5 p.m. here on a Sunday. You guys want to come down and check it out, play some cards. Another 3-bet here. This is going to be a big spot, you guys. Paul with aces from under the gun. George wakes up in the hijack with pocket queens, 3-bets, and Duplantis in the cutoff calls with king jack of diamonds. And now pay attention very closely to Paul. This is what he looks like when he's sitting with the nuts pre-flop. He does decide to take it slowly. And flop comes down king 5-3. He's ahead of everything except for pocket kings. He does lead for the size of the pot. Roughly, George lays down his pocket queens fairly easily. And now Duplantis with a decision. He has top pair and what is essentially no kicker. Now, I suppose Paul could have king 10 and king 9 suited. The way that the table has been playing, I don't think he's going to have a worse king than that in this spot. Calling a 3-bet out of position to 2 players. Tough spot for Brian, but he does make the right decision. Go ahead and lay it down. Now, an interesting way for him to play those aces for sure. Decides to flat and give them an opportunity to draw at him. He does see the king come on the flop. And I would have liked to see him check in flow to the aggressor and the other opponent out of position. If they have a king, they're going to be betting regardless. And so you can at least get an extra bet out of them and check raise on that sort of flop. He leads into the pre-flop aggressor, and the caller gets pocket queens to fold, and top pair also folds, which is a huge disaster for him after flatting pre-flop and allowing them into the pot. You know, if you're going to do that, you might as well let them bet for you. You're basically feigning weakness pre-flop to disguise the strength of your hand, and then post-flop you kind of say that you hit the flop in a big way. If the flop comes down king 5-3 and you just pot it, you're saying that's all me, essentially. We have a 4-way pot here, guys. Pocket eights for Coach, MJ with a weak ace on the button, Daryl with king queen off in the small blind, and ace 10 of diamonds for Paul in the big blind. King 5-4, rainbow flop, does flop check through. The bottom card pairs on the turn, brings in backdoor spades. Daryl bets 3,000 into 8,000. It's going to allow the pairs below the king come along, as well as the straight draws and flush draws. Coach here does have a pair below the king and above the 5. He's going to call once. Spades come in on the river, and Daryl decides to keep betting on what is not a good river, I would say, but it's hard to make a flush. He's probably targeting exactly the sort of hand that Coach has, as well as some kings that he has beat, although the flop did check through, and so those kings can be discounted pretty heavily. Very likely that he is targeting exactly the sort of holding that Coach has with this size bet. Coach does recognize that, and he folds to the bet on the river. Nice hand by both of these players. Looks like there's going to be a short break. I'm going to go and check on what we got going on, and I'll be right back with you guys. Where is this at? All right, guys. We are back. We are having a bit of issues with the previous deck. Got that changed out. So I'm going to have that started, and then we are going to take a 15-minute break here in about 15 minutes or so. MJ, with this first hand of the new deck, does raise it from the cutoff with 5-4 clubs and take down the blinds. Got Mr. Wimberly dealing for us here in the box. Is going to be leaving KoJack's and West Texas within the next couple months. He is going to be moving off to a lake house, I believe, in East Texas. He will be missed. Was the speech and debate coach over at Legacy for quite a few years now. Did decide to move on to bigger and better things. I'm going to pull up the chip counts. 8 players left out of 9. Daryl with the chip lead at about 80K. After cooling off the aces of Rudy in that early hand, and also winning a couple of other hands along the way, has been connecting quite well with the board. So he's chipping up quite a bit. Does have King 6 of hearts here, 2 places from the button, aka the hijack, and is going to get a call from Paul out of the cutoff with King Queen off. He is dominated, but he does outflop him here on a flop of Jack 6-5, 2 clubs. Paul with 3 to a straight and the 2 overcards decides to go ahead and lay it down. Paul not doing too bad for himself. Back up to 34K in his stack. Duplantis currently sitting on the short stack with 24.8K. Not anything to be worried about right now, I would say. About 25 big blinds. All he needs is a double up and he'll be right back in contention. It is not always the big stack that does the championship run at the end of these tournaments. So there's no need to panic along the way if you don't have a big old stack in front of you. You can always win with not too much of a stack along the way. You have a blind versus blind battle here. George versus Duplantis. They look down at a 3-spade flop and they each have a spade in their hands. George bets with his king of spades. Duplantis calls. Duplantis does have top pair and a gut shot as well as his 7 of spades working for him. George checks it. Duplantis bets 2K into 3.2K. George comes along trying to find a spade or a king. River is a board pairing 3. And Duplantis does check back on that card. Shows down his 10 and is good. Scoops a 7.2K pot. Yeah, not much of in the way of action right now, guys. When the blinds start to dwindle these stacks down a bit, then it will force these players' hands a bit in order to get involved in a couple more spots. We have seen a fair amount of action based on the deck, aces versus queens, and a lot of other cool stuff like that. So, been fortunate enough to get the action that we have. We do have one player eliminated, that much closer to the champion. And the second seat of our $10,000 main event seat giveaway, as well as a $1,000 travel package to go with it. Ruben raises the hijack with King 10 offsuit Broadway in terms of category. And the blinds do fold through. He picks those blinds up. Onward to the next hand. These guys are exercising a lot of patience. We did see Coach fold Jack 9 of diamonds first to act about 10 or 15 hands ago. That says a lot about what they're trying to do here. Paul is going to raise up first to act. First to act with King 10 of clubs. Coach on the button with Ace Jack suited. Comes with a call. The blinds fold through. Pot is 5.2K. And does come down king high. Favorable for Paul. Paul does go ahead and check it over to Coach. Coach checks back. We see an 8 of hearts on the turn. Paul does go ahead and lead that. Gets a quick fold from Coach. Everybody here bidding their time. It's been about 2 hours so far. I think the final table started at 3. Yeah, it started at 3 o'clock. So 2 hours and 40 minutes thus far. One player eliminated. So this final table, I think right now the big stack has, let's see. Yeah, big stack is Daryl with about 100 big blinds. So this final table will likely last 5.5 hours or so, maybe 6. Sorry about that, guys. I was playing around a little bit with the screens, getting some info from Charlie. MJ here raises the cutoff with 7-5 of diamonds. Tony comes along with his ace. Ace-9 offsuit. King 8-3 on the flop, and it looks like Tony is going to donk into MJ with his ace of clubs. I'm not sure how often he is doing this. He does not have a king, as we can see. He doesn't have an 8. He just has a bare ace of clubs working for him. It is a fairly dry texture, and so if MJ has even hands like pocket 10s, pocket jacks, he could fold out all the pairs under the king, potentially. His ace highs, which he happens to be blocking, he folds out. I'm not sure if he was just setting up a big bluff on the turn or river when the clubs come in, but good timing on his part. He does decide to donk into MJ on that flop and get a fold from the 7-5 of diamonds. Paul here with pocket kings on the button raises big to 3,000. Tony in the small blind with 2 10s is going to come along, and they both look down at an ace-8 deuce two-tone flop. Tony once again with a donk here on an ace-high flop. Bets 3.5K into about 7. And he does get the better hand to fold. Interesting decisions here from Tony. Bets with the worst of it there, takes it down. Bets with the best hand on the last flop into a superior range. And also generates a fold. Not bad outcomes for him. In the short term, long term, likely quite a mistake. Now coach finding ace-10 of spades in early position. It's going to raise it up to 2.2K. And Daryl with the ladies from late position is going to put some pink chips in play. Does raise it to 6,000. Everyone folds except for coach. We are going to be heads up going to a flop of king 10-7, two-tone. MJ folded. He does not have a flush draw here. Seems like the graphics are giving us a bit of a tough time. King high flop. Daryl does look like he c-bet. Coach is going to come along with middle pair. Do believe it is king 10-7, 2 clubs, 4 of spades on the turn. Expect to see a check from coach. He does check, and Daryl checks back this turn. 8 of clubs on the river. No need for coach to bet here. It's Wow, he does decide to bet this club river. He does not think that Daryl ever checks this turn with a king. And it is very hard to have a flush. There are some Broadway cards that coach is ahead of, as well as pocket queens and pocket jacks that he could be trying to bluff. And he bet 5.5K into about 20K here on the river, it looks like. Gotcha. Just trying to get the graphic situation figured out, guys. Yeah, so beautiful pot there by coach. He does bet with the worst of it and get pocket queens to fold. Scare card on the river. And he removes a lot of the king X from Daryl's range after the turn checks through. That is the power of recognizing bet patterns, and comes from a lot of experience on the felt. Coach has been playing for years, been playing with Daryl for years, does recognize the weakness after the turn check, especially with the club draw and all the straight draws on the board, and bets him off of the better hand. Got a blind versus blind battle here, guys. 9-3 offsuit for George. Duplantis with queen 10 off. Don't see much value in just flatting here with 9-3 off from George. He does flop top pair, but overall, strategically, this is either a fold or a raise. George bets the flop. Duplantis calls. Turn is a 10, an overcard to the 9, and also brings in the one-liner. George continues to bet. Duplantis, of course, calls with his 10. And the river is going to check through. Not much reason for Duplantis to bet his 10 there. He's only going to be getting called by better or raised. And so he is forced to check and take his showdown value. He is beating the 9 of George. And the 9-3 offsuit, I think, is probably a fold without an ante. You can consider pulling that into your raise strategy from the small blind. It's near the bottom. I'm not too sure what the cutoffs are at this stack depth, but it is something that you can consider adding into to balance the top of your range. Again, poker's pretty hard, but when you look at each spot, you try and figure out how to use the deck to your advantage to make value out of all of the possible combinations of cards. And so that's essentially what's happening when you're constructing your ranges, is you're considering every possible combination of cards and deciding which ones you will use in which ways and for what sizings. in order to make a profit and disguise your holdings. Paul here with Jack 3 suited in early position is going to decide that he is done waiting for a premium. It's going to raise it up to 1,800. It's either out of boredom or simply out of temptation for the suited hand that he raises up this weak Jack from early position. Duplantis on the button with King Queen offsuit is going to match his bet and come along, take a flop. Coach, not much else to do but call here with 6-5 of spades, and MJ in the big blind with ace jack of hearts is going to find a 3-bet that is going to slice through Paul like butter. Duplantis is likely going to be unable to continue. He is just dominated by the 3-bet range of MJ. And Coach with 6-5 of spades does not have enough of a stack to continue with. MJ with a nice 3-bet does pick up quite a bit of chips there, almost 6K or so in chips. It does look like we are going to be coloring up the 500 chips here on this break. Stay tuned, you guys. This is the final table of the Tournament of Leaders. We are playing for a $10,000 main event ticket as well as a $1,000 package to this main event. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back. First hand back from the break. Looks like Paul wakes up first to act with pocket kings. Daryl going to be folding his big blind with 8-6 of diamonds. I didn't quite pay attention to the sizing. I'm not sure if he folded because of the size or he is just trying to play patiently. Right now here at this final table, he's already chipped up quite a bit, sitting on 70K. 8-6 of diamonds is definitely going to be a defend there, even without an ante, depending on sizing. 8-7 of diamonds is 100% a continue. We shall see. $74 hands into this final table. I'm going to take a look at the VPIPs. Coach with the lowest VPIP at 20%. George has the highest VPIP at 32, as well as Paul with 31. Although the pre-flop raising percentages will be a bit different. Pre-flop raises, George does have a higher frequency of raising compared to Paul, who is at 16. Definitely a more aggressive player. Coach playing the most passively thus far. He has been electing not to 3-bet some hands that he could have chosen to 3-bet with. Pre-flop raise from Duplantis also quite low, sub 10%. Ruben, pre-flop raising percentage at 18%, uncharacteristic, but he has shown that he is coming in with an extra trick or two in his bag today. He's going to be giving us a couple of new looks, and I'm here for it. Definitely going to be some fun hands to talk about moving along in this final table. Take a look at the aggression frequency as well. George, again, at the top of this list with 44%. Coach at the bottom, 24%. Tony, who has been using a strategy with donks involved. He's also quite aggressive post flop when he has any sort of hand that he feels is worth betting with. He usually opts to bet more often than he does check. And it shows here, but for the most part, everyone is around the same range between 25 and 30%. George here, first to act, opening up ace-9 of diamonds. He is going to get a fold from the other players, take down those blinds. Blinds are now at 501K. Chip counts, Daryl at the top of the heap with 70,000. Duplantis at the bottom with 25K. So we have big blind ranges between 25 bigs and 70 bigs at the moment. Average is probably going to be somewhere around 40. do have a raise here from MJ with King Jack of diamonds, and George is going to defend with 5 deuce of clubs. Flop comes down 5-5-3. MJ does have a hand that he can continuation bet with here. He does have the backdoor diamonds working for him on this texture. Very often he will bet here and take it down. It does so happen that George does have trips here and will be winning this hand 100% of the time. On a 7 of clubs turn, MJ is drawing dead. 6-4 does come in. And George decides to lead on this 7 of clubs. It does not want the turn to go check, check. He's targeting the high cards as well as the pairs above the 7. For MJ, MJ decides to continue with his King Jack of diamonds. Not advisable for sure. I like to see a check from George here and allow MJ to bluff in this spot. Although I don't fault him if he does decide to bet and target some of those over pairs to get value out of those over pairs. He does choose a big sizing and bets 14K into 18.5. Will not be getting a call here out of MJ. Although it does look as though MJ is contemplating his decision here more than he should be. He might put George on I don't know what, honestly. Looking at the board, I guess there are, yeah, I don't see any bluffs, even if he has like ace deuce, ace 4, hands of that nature. Those hands are just beating you. You only beat queen highs, jack highs, and 9 highs. And George doesn't ever bet the turn with those hands. There are not any flush draws available that George can be turning into a bluff. And so on that board, King Jack of diamonds is never going to win at showdown, in my opinion. But again, it's a testament to the mindset that MJ has. He is looking to be a tough opponent, someone that you don't want to be bluffing, and you want to proceed with caution with. He might re-bluff you in some spots that he deems are worth attacking, and he's always looking for a way to win, even when he doesn't have much of a hand. He does raise it up here pre-flop, and Tony is going to flat in position with ace-king offsuit. We see a mixed strategy from Tony here. Does not want to 3-bet with his ace-king offsuit. I don't know if he's only 3-betting with his ace-king and ace-queen when they are suited, and does not think that it is strong enough to 3-bet with those hands when they are offsuit. But he does play it passively. MJ is able to find a 10 on the turn to take this pot away. If Tony was to 3-bet pre-flop, he very likely is going to get a fold from MJ. If MJ does tag along, then you can c-bet on the 9-high flop. And you have position after all, so you're going to get to see what MJ does for the remainder of the hand post flop. Definitely not a bad hand to be 3-betting, both for value and to deny the equity of your opponent who is out of position. George here raises pocket sevens on the button. The blinds fold through, and he picks up 1,500. We have a couple of offsuit aces in early position. They both do decide to fold. One in Daryl's hands and one in Paul's hands. George on the cutoff, King 9 offsuit does come with a raise to 2.5K. Duplantis folds his button, and Coach is going to set mine with his pocket deuces. MJ with Queen Jack offsuit. Definitely enough of a hand to flick in the 1.5K into that pot with. Flop comes down Queen high, Queen 5-5. Coach checks, MJ checks to George, the pre-flop raiser. George is going to continuation bet on this paired board. He does elect to use a fairly large sizing, about half pot or so. MJ continues through a call, sees the Jack of Spades land on the turn, and feels the desire to laugh. He does chuckle and check it over to George. George picks up a straight draw, is not deterred by MJ's confidence, and he does bet 8K. Gets check raised to 16K by MJ, and MJ does get George to snap fold on that turn. And definitely a lot of aggression coming from George. I don't know if betting the turn there after getting a call from MJ is profitable. He could be targeting the under pairs to the queen. That's about it. Probably best just to go ahead and check to try and hit a 10 or a king on the river. Right now, most of the players seem to be playing pretty lockdown. There isn't going to be too much floating or continuations with hands that are less than ideal. And when George c-bets on a queen 5-5 and MJ decides to come with a call, it says a lot about his hand. He is not scared of a queen too much. He's not scared of the trips. I don't know if he has any king highs. He could have some ace high hands, and it is possible that George, with his turn bet, is targeting those ace high hands, as well as the pairs under the queen. So could make some sense, but I'm not sure if I would elect to c-bet that turn. Tony Love there with ace queen. Does raise and take it down. Now, George wakes up with ace queen in early position, raises it up to 2.5K, gets a quick fold to the from the players to his left, as well as Paul folding out his big blind, 10-7 offsuit. Daryl here on the button with a pair of the wheel variety. Small pair that is going to get a fold from Paul and Tony in the blinds. Go ahead and take it down. George here deciding to fold his 6-3 of diamonds first to act. Coach folding his weak ace. Gets to Daryl over in the cutoff with king 9 offsuit. Is going to raise it up to 2.5K. Gets a fold from the button. Ruben with a suited king in the big blind does decide to let it go. He does so happen to be dominated. Everyone is playing pretty conservatively and not trying to get tangled up in pots unnecessarily. Don't blame them. There's a lot on the line. And so we're going to have us quite a grind here on our hands. Again, probably 6 hours or so to get to a champion. The blinds will be putting pressure on people. And so at a certain point, you know, there's a balance. If you're too patient, then you run the risk of missing out on profitable spots throughout the tournament. And once the blinds start to increase, then it turns more into a situation where you're forced to flip. You eliminate the post-flop portion significantly. And so if you think of yourself as a player who has a post-flop edge when the stack to pot ratio is higher earlier on in the tournament, you want to be getting involved in pots with the other players. So if any of these guys think that they have an edge on the person that is involved in the hand with them, then they should be not passing up on spots where they are pretty close, like king four spades, It depends what hand class you have, but there's a balancing act going on right now between not getting involved and being too patient and risking the blinds increasing to the point where they eat away at your stack, and getting involved too much and bleeding off your chips unnecessarily. We have seen a good amount of patience from all the players. George and MJ have been at the top of the aggression spectrum, seems like, and even them, they are playing quite cautiously, not trying to bust out with a stupid hand. Looks like we got three cash game tables out on the floor here at KoJack's. Trying to pull up the list to see what games we have interest in. Possibly get another game started. Yeah, the lists are all cleared up. So we got 2 1-2 games and a 5 on the button game going. Not too bad for a Sunday. MJ here with Pocket Kings, going to be raising it up. Ruben is sitting in late position with Ace-Jack offsuit. And he does decide to 3-bet to 7K. Bad timing, but I do like the intention behind it. It just so happens that MJ has Pocket Kings under the hood. Take a look at the body language that MJ is going to be giving off with the second hand possible. Does contemplate his decision and decide to flick in a call. Flop does come down ace high. And the ace magnets hold true once again. Pocket Kings did fare pretty badly yesterday in the tournament, or on Friday, excuse me, during the Tournament of Champions. That was the hand that I busted out with, as well as Brian Duplantis. And there was a couple of other big pots that fell victim to the Pocket Kings. MJ could have shoved all in pre-flop, and a 4-bet was definitely in order. He does elect to play it as a trap, and on the ace-high flop, he's able to check fold versus a bet from Ruben. And on the next hand, we do have George here with Jack-10 offsuit from late position. MJ in the big blind with ace-10 of clubs does decide to 3-bet the late position open here from an aggressive player. Raises it up to 8,000. George is dominated, does have an offsuit Broadway. Definitely worth a raise, but cannot continue for that size. If he were to call, the pot would be 17,000, and SPR would be somewhere around 3-1, I believe. And that's not a good position to be in with Jack-10 offsuit, so he does elect to fold. Now we have ace-king for Tony, second to act. Let's see what sizing he comes with. Definitely do find the betting patterns of Tony to be quite interesting, personally. He raises to 4,000 here with ace-king. Offsuit gets a call from the dominated king-queen in late position for Duplantis. And now we have the blinds with a couple of ragged hands. They do fold out their blinds and allow us to find a heads-up pot here. Action flop, King Jack 10 rainbow. Tony checks it over to Duplantis, and Duplantis goes all in. He overbets with his top pair and open ender. Tony is not going to be able to fold. He does not. He flicks in the call, and it looks like Duplantis is in a bad spot. 10 of hearts on the turn and a 3 of diamonds on the river, and Duplantis is eliminated in 7th place. Good game, sir. On to the next one. That is a tough spot for him. Don't see much else he could have done. I suppose he could have bet a bit smaller. And when Tony goes all in, he could at least evaluate and contemplate letting the hand go. But with top pair and an open ender, I don't think that there's any avoiding that. That was just his moment of passing. Nothing wrong with it. There's only going to be one winner today. So that means that there is going to be 8 broken hearts for the rest of the gentlemen involved. We do have 2 down. And 6 more to go. George here with King 10 offsuit, raises late position, gets a fold from the blinds, takes those blinds down. And got Charlie back in the booth.
Guess who's back? Guess who had another bag of walking tacos?
Dude, they're so good. I didn't even talk about that.
We got a new item on the menu just for today, walking tacos. And what that is, that's a bag of chips with some taco meat on top of it and all the fixings and nacho cheese and any messiness that you can find. But something I learned out there on the floor.
What's that?
Paul got Kings crushed. He walked out there and he said, I got my Kings crushed.
You're talking about, oh no,
Ferris.
did you just spoil it?
Huh? No.
When was this?
Like 20 minutes ago.
I don't think I saw it yet. Yeah, King's crushed. Maybe we did see it. I'm not sure. You might have spoiled it.
100% heads up, 7 up.
It's funny because MJ just had his Kings cracked as well.
No.
And during the Tournament of Champions, Kings were running really bad. Duplantis busted. I busted with Kings. So pocket Kings are no good.
Yeah, so if you get pocket Kings at KoJack's, raise with them, but then fold them.
No,
may have given a little bit of a spoiler, but it was, I swore it was 20 minutes ago. And maybe I can see the future. I called that flop.
Yeah.
So if you're out and about, KoJack's is crazy action today. Getting close to paging a 4th table here on this beautiful, is today Sunday? Sunday afternoon. And if you want to get on the list, we've got the room for you. It is RTG time. We got 5 on the button running, 2 1-2s. Got the list up. I know Carter's in the chat, and he's been saying, big O, big O, big O. And so we tried. We walked around. I got 2 takers. So, Carter, you're going to have to come up here to the room, play a 1-2, and then say, we're flipping it to a big O 1-2, and let's see how that rolls. But we're already on hand number 92. Actually, 94 because we missed the first two.
You're right. Man, it is. It's going to be a grind. It's going to be a grind for sure. We'll probably be out of here at about 9 or 10 o'clock, if that. These guys have plenty of big blinds in their stacks. And so it's going to be a marathon session today, you guys. Coach here under the gun with ace queen offsuit is going to raise it up to 3.5K, blinds at 1K 1500.
What's going on? Scott Armstrong and Mr. Kim in the chat. Welcome into the chat. We missed you in the room today. It's crazy action. Rudy must have missed his flight because he's over on the 1-2 table. And Rudy on the 1-2 table is super dangerous. He's either going to lose 10 bullets at 200 or he's going to win every chip on the table. I walk by and he's got a stack out there. He's killing it out there. So he must have scheduled his flight for tomorrow and decided to get him some pocket money on his venture out there.
When is the seniors event? Do you know?
No, I don't. I don't know the schedule for the WSOP. I do know that Rudy does plan on playing a few. He's going to give them up. Hey, what does Paul have? He's going to give them a run for their money out there. So Paul picks up pocket kings. If you missed the conversation we had earlier, then this is going to be a big surprise to you. So we got ace-7 suited. We got wired sixes, as Jack Keen says, wired threes, wired kings, and Coach might as well call.
Yeah, he's going to have to.
Yeah.
Well, no, not Coach. No,
Coach is probably going to have to call this.
Yes, Jack's 5 offsuit.
Yes, but look, 17,000 for 2,000.
No, you're just burning chips. That's a ridiculous call.
That's a KoJack's.
That's a KoJack's call.
That's a KoJack's call.
That's a 1-2 call.
Yes.
You're not gonna have anything good happen with Jack 5.
And MJ flops a set of sixes. George flops the top pair with a nut flush draw. Ruben's DOA dead upon arrival, and Coach's 2,000 would have been better saved in his stack than it was to put in that pot.
So I'm pretty sure MJ raised first to act, and Paul just called with his pocket kings. So he's already shown that he plays his big pockets quite slowly. There was a situation earlier we had pocket aces, if you remember.
Little sneaky.
And yeah, he flatted a 3-bet after there was a cold call in between. And
and George ships all in. Look at this.
Oh my God. George has top.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold up.
Paul pushed all in on the flop. George.
Yeah, but someone who had pocket sixes. MJ folded a set of sixes.
MJ folded a set of sixes.
In what world?
In this world. 7 on the turn. That's a boat.
There's no way.
Yeah, he did.
I want to see a replay on that.
Yeah, he
was in the pot.
He was 100% in the pot. Called the flop, unless it misread. But no cards were there. And look at that. He turned around and said, "I folded."
George is in shock.
Maybe, yeah. He 100% had it. Look at the conversation going on between them. I wish we had wired mics, but he folded pocket sixes.
What is going on right now?
Maybe he thought George
had a set of sevens or what? Yeah, but he also beats the set of deuces or whatever it was. That's insane to me. I'm going to go back and look at it on my phone. He has the cards. What?
They're still talking about it.
In the world is going on? Why? What?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are currently in a timeline where MJ is flopping a set of sixes and folding to a raise.
He was set mining. So he let out with 6,000. Paul ships all in for 24,000. George goes all in over top of him for 80,000 or whatever George had. Yeah, 60,000. And when the action got back to MJ folded that.
He doesn't even think about. Hold up.
And they're still talking about it. Look at him.
Yeah, so MJ leads for 6,000. Paul goes all in for 24K.
And then George ships all.
George contemplates and he ships in 54K with top pair, nut flush draw, and MJ snaps.
Snap folded. Not even thinking about it. Look at that. Look how fast they go in the muck.
What?
If the board wouldn't have paired a 7, that would have been the fold of the century. But the board filled him up the turn.
Yeah, but there's so many hands that he has pocket deuces crushed. If George has pocket 7s, and so be it.
Blaze is in here watching the replay over and over and over. That was incredible.
Okay, well, that's interesting.
He's playing to win.
Yeah, survival. You know, I guess avoiding that cold deck and continuing to. It was better for him to survive, I guess, in his head than to call it off there.
That's a bubble type move, like at the WSOP when you have aces.
Yeah,
and it's on the bubble and you fold the aces because you don't want to get tangled up.
For sure. But the chips are worth so much right now, and you're so far from making it to first place that's a huge spot. If he could have stacked Paul, and he would have stacked George,
and half stacked George,
then he's in a commanding position
instead
to actually win the ticket.
Yeah, instead of having 44 big blinds right now, he has 90.
He has no advantage right now. He is literally sitting with no advantage, and he gave George $100,000 stack. All those chips should have been his. So that's
so it would have read MJ 126, George 30,000, 20,000.
Is that what it was?
Pretty close to that.
Let me look at what the stacks were at. Anyway, it would have been a completely different.
What's going on, Mr. Carrillo? I hope Vegas treats you well, my man. Someday, Kim, you will be there. We know that more than anybody, Mr. Kim. Your poker game is stepping up quite nice, and it's fun to watch your abilities and your reading abilities and your trickery. It's neat to watch that grow out here at KoJack's. So we look forward to having you out again. Hand number 97, Tony with a Dolly Parton, and they just fold around in George's raise. They said, we saw that. And they were still talking about that hand, this one. MJ and George.
I'm going to talk about that for the next 7 or 8 months.
You're going to walk out there and you're going to say, MJ, what the hell are you doing?
I'm going to go out there. I'm going to look him dead in the eyes and I'm going to shake my head.
But would it be a different story if the board wouldn't have, the turn wouldn't have filled it up and George would have won with a flush? Would it be a different look at it?
No. Decisions don't work like that in poker.
I know. Now that you know the hindsight.
No. That's the opposite. That's what people do is they look at the runouts and they ask themselves if the decision was good based on the runout. That's not what I do at all. The decision is at each point. Right. So he has versus a set, you just have everyone crushed.
What's the odds of George holding pocket 7s in that hand against him?
Very thin.
221 to 1. That's the odds of getting any pocket pair. Right? But to get that particular one, it's got to be at least 5,000 to 1 on that hand. And flopping a 7.
Look, I don't necessarily mind it if he had at least thought about his decision.
But he didn't.
But he didn't even think about
it. Went raise,
what was going on,
and he snapped it.
He just snapped it into the muck.
Maybe he misread it.
No, he knew what was going on. You know, if he would have contemplated his decision, I wouldn't have minded it. But for him to make such a confident laydown,
he was sure that was the right move. That's what that shows.
Right.
In hindsight, we know 7 on the turn filled him up. 6 is full of 7s.
Yeah, but what if it's a 5 on the turn? What if it's a 4 on the turn? What if it's a 3? What is it? Like, you can go through the deck.
Yes. There's only just 2 cards that help him, a deuce or a 7.
The only thing that gets him beat is a king, and Paul doesn't have him covered.
A diamond.
A diamond, which if George hits his flush on the turn, he's going to have outs to the boat.
Yeah. So there's very slim cards that could have beat that.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is. It was what it was, but it'll never be what it could have been. How do you like that?
I like that. That was nice.
So if you're just tuning in, I know a lot of y'all have been in here all day long, but what this is the Road to Vegas leaderboards, and it's the Point Series leaders. They're battling it out for a seat to the big one, to the main event, $10,000 entry. And look at this. We've got 4 to the flush, 3 to the flush on the board. Each one's holding the club. Tony 10 high, but he's got that queen paired right there. MJ's drawing. MJ's got 10 outs left in the deck. All 3 aces are live, and 7 of the 8 clubs left in the deck are live. And a 4 on the turn does not get there for MJ. Tony gets the check mark, but can he win it? That's the real question. Can MJ make a move? They're both pretty even in stacks, 51,500 to 45,000. And MJ checks. Tony's going to check right behind him. Not too aggressive at this point right here. Tony really wants that seat. When I was out on the floor during the break, Tony said, I want that seat. And, you know, he's still in the same posture. He has covered up his lucky shirt. He has put a sweater on that says, does it say WSOP on it? It may say WSOP. So he may be planning to go. Dawson, does it say WS? Yes, it does.
You're right. He changed, huh?
He just put a shirt over it. And that sweater on the chest says WSOP.
He's trying to wear it into existence.
Do you believe in that? Do you believe speaking it into existence?
Yeah, I think it's more complicated than simply that, but there is something to it. You know, when Braxton won his bracelet, Alex was telling me that he was talking about it in the months leading up to it, and in Alex's opinion, he spoke that into existence. And as we saw, it was pretty sick. You know, he ran really well in the final table, and yeah, there might be something to manifesting what you have in your mind if you set your mind to things. So
put your mind to it. Go for it.
Go get it. Make it happen.
Heads up players. Ace 5 suited in George's hand. Ace Jack in Daryl's hand. And if George would have let out right there, that would have been the end of that hand.
Yeah, it does look like he's maybe slowing down a bit. He did chip up quite a lot. And now he has chips that he can use to fire with.
And he's 20 big blinds ahead of everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there is the advantage to having the big stack, because he can fish around. If he'd have hit a 7, a 5, he's good right there. So he can dabble around with some bait. And this point right here, he doesn't know that he has the best hand, but he knows that he's not necessarily in last place. And there it is right there. He leads out. Daryl's going to have to let it go. Although I would not hate a call by Daryl to see what he's playing.
He could call. He definitely could call. Just for information, and I suppose you're ahead of Jack 9, Queen 9, hands like that, maybe even busted diamonds like George is in the small blind, so he could have...
he could have, you know,
could have King 9 of diamonds, King Jack of diamonds.
We see here he
Jack
makes the
7
right move, but we know that it wouldn't have been a terrible call.
Yeah. I wouldn't have minded it just as an information call to see what George is betting the turn with and following through on the river.
And here we go again. Blinds are 1,000, 1,500, 25-minute levels. We are down to the final 6. It began with 9, exiting first place, Mr. Rudy Borg. Absolutely wonderful run. Exiting second place was Brian Duplantis. As always, it's a pleasure to have... No, Brian's in. No, Brian's out. And then exiting third was Mr. Paul Ferris with them pocket kings. Coach looks down at wired 3s. George does raise it up, turns 1,500 into 3,500 with King 9. The K9 suited actions over on Coach, and Coach says, you know what? This is my spot. This is where all my chips goes in the pot. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an all-in. And George is 100% going to have to make that call. 21,000?
No, King 9 of spades isn't enough of a hand to call with. It is suited, but you're going to be dominated by hands like King Queen, Ace King. There's also the pairs.
I didn't realize Coach had 25,000
chips. A lot.
I didn't realize that. When he picked up that stack, it looked like just like 12,000.
Dude, it was a lot. It was like 20.
It was 20-something thousand.
20 some odd bigs,
yes.
I believe. A nice decision by him. Pocket 3s is ahead of a late position raise.
And he showed
overall
strength in the small blind.
Yeah, and you can't really play it post flop. It's better with a hand like that to go ahead and rip it in and generate folds from Ace X, King X, Queen X. If they call you, you're probably in deep trouble. But also they can have all the high card hands,
Ace Queen,
big
Ace
Broadways,
King, yep.
And you're ahead of those anyway. So it's better to fold out all the junk hands and take it down without having to play post flop with a hand like pocket 3s.
I like this. Everybody in the tournament today, they trimmed up their beards. They knew that they were going to be on live stream. They got all cleaned up and glossy.
Except for MJ.
Yeah.
Look at,
MJ comes in. He's ready to go. Ruben's been playing this whole tournament a lot of ace rags. Ace 6, ace 3, ace 4, ace 9.
you know what? I've found that a lot of old timers, they like their aces. It doesn't matter if they're ragged aces. They like to take flops with their ace X. Not all the time, but he's in late position. He has an ace in his hand. I don't mind it. He does check through on the flop, is going to generate a bet on the turn. Hold up. What is going on here?
So Ruben bet, George
Ruben bets
called.
turn.
Yeah, Ruben bets the turn and George calls.
Ruben bet, George raised,
And Ruben called.
and Ruben called. He checks it and gets a check back from George. Ace is good.
And that's such a classy move, what you saw George do with his right hand. 2 knocks.
Yep, nice hand.
Yeah.
Nice answer.
He tried to make a move on him. Ruben, experience, age, everything in his corner. And he said, if you got my ace 6 beat, you got my ace 6 beat, kid.
Yeah, the follow through would have been interesting. Decides to make a small raise and try and get a fold out of Rube. Rube snap calls him essentially, and he decides to shut it down. I'm not a big fan of it as a play overall,
What about
but it does
tournament
make
play?
sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just the sizing. If you're going to use a sizing that's so small where you're basically allowing him in and you're sucking, you're pulling him into the pot, right, for such a size, you have to at least consider following through on the river after Rube flats.
So would that be a case where he had a plan for the turn, but no plan for the river? Or the paired board on the river, the 9 coming that paired the flop.
It's just hard to think streets in advance, right? Most of us are thinking on a street by street basis. Players like George has a ton of experience, and so what do we got here?
We got ace queen versus ace 4 suited versus queen 10 suited. Actions on MJ, 3,500 to call.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to raise it.
there's going to be a pot. Daryl could elect to 3-bet here. He does proceed through a call.
Tony folds Ruben's favorite hand, Jackson
And-
6s.
Yeah, it's not going to be much of a pot unless we get a queen on the flop. There's one left in the deck.
Ruben's fishing now.
Yeah, Ruben does flop quite well with the open ender and the overcard.
Diamonds are scared to him, but I don't think anybody's going to be too worried about him.
No one's going to be betting.
And there we go. Free river or free turn card, deuce of hearts. That actually strengthens the 2 ace queens.
Yeah, it does. I would like to see a bet from Ruben, though.
You called it 6,000
I love it, man.
into
Ruben,
15. He's playing good.
Ruben is playing good. He's what's the word for it even? He's just taking the gloves off.
Yeah, because
He is taking the gloves off.
we
and coming
watch
into
we
the
watch
ring.
him in cash games and other tournaments, and he's very mellow. You know, he's Ruben. He's not super aggressive. He picks his spots very well, and this is an accelerated tournament to pick your spots even better, and he's taking advantage of it.
Yeah, big time. MJ does decide to come along. Oddly enough,
If Ruben follows through
man,
right here,
if Ruben
neither
follows
one of them
through,
can
I
call.
would love to see that.
Oh, look at MJ.
Instead, it checks to MJ, and MJ steals the pot.
Yeah, MJ throws 12 or 13,000 in there and says it's mine. MJ's playing good too. Everybody at this table is playing good.
Yeah, 100%.
When they're being sticky, they're aggressively being sticky like that right there. When they're being coy, they're not wasting chips. The only chips we've seen in the whole tournament wasted was that 2,000 chip call by Coach, but he was pot committed at that point from the big blind when there was like 7 players in. Oh, it was that hand with the 6s.
What was it, Jack 5 offsuit?
Yeah, Jack 5 offsuit, but he called because there was 4 other people in front of him that had raised, and there was 16,000 in the pot.
We can talk about that sort of situation. And so a lot of people, they think it's a pretty common phrase I hear at the poker table.
I'm committed.
You see 7 people involved in the pot and somebody that folded their hand says, "Hey, can I get my cards back?"
Yeah,
That is the opposite of what you should be thinking. So say you have Jack 5 offsuit, flop comes down 5-5x.
Mhm.
You're beat by the majority of the trips,
Yeah.
right? Ace 5 is out there. If King 5 is out there, Queen 5
any
is out
pocket
there.
pair that sets it.
Yeah, if they hit a set, you're smoked. You're almost dead. If a jack falls, you have no kicker.
I see that a lot
So
in.
what are you trying to accomplish with that? You know what I mean?
I see that a lot in Omaha, with people flopping a set, but it's the bottom set and then going to bank on it. And problem is you have to play 2 out of your hand in Omaha, and they just get slaughtered. And they're like, man, I flopped a set of deuces. Well, a set of deuces in Omaha is about as good as 9-2 offsuit in Omaha.
It's like 2 pair.
Yeah.
It's like bottom 2 pair,
yeah.
I suppose you could say.
I have never thought about that, but you're 100% right. Welcome in everybody in the chat. Look forward to seeing you all the next time up here. But thanks for tuning in. What you're watching is, we'll flip over real quick. We're watching the final table of the tournament leaderboards. And these are the points leaders, the top 9 of them. We have now moved on down to the bottom, the top 6 remaining. But check out the room. We've got 3 tables, about to be a 4th table running. You asked for it. It is back. 5 on the button is back at KoJack's, along with Bomb Pots on 1-2. It is crazy out there. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. American Airlines has landed at KoJack's Poker Club. And it's funny. Has Daryl had pocket aces yet?
No, but he cracked pocket aces.
So during the break, we were sitting out there talking. He's like, I said, there's been 4 or 5 pocket aces. He's like, yeah, everybody but me. And then all of a sudden he wakes up with wired aces, gets heads up against the chip leader, George, with 6-7 offsuit. Flop comes out, king of hearts, jack of hearts, deuce of clubs. And I think Daryl checks this, but he does not. Look at that little tiny bet. Look at that little tiny bet. 3,000 into 11,000 instant fold, because George didn't connect on anything with runners. Nothing that could help him out there. Daryl's going to wish he would have checked that, given George a free river to hit a 6 or a 7. But chips won or chips won.
No, the thing is, you're making your analysis based on the fact that you can see the cards.
Oh, 100%.
Keep in mind that he's looking at 2 blank cards, and so he's betting versus
a flush draw, anything like that.
Correct.
Queen 10, something like that, because he can't see what we can see.
Right. So he's targeting Jack X. He's targeting King X. He's targeting straight draws, targeting flush draws. He is blocking ace highs, but there's plenty to get value from, and he's betting to get value from those hands.
It's on Facebook and on YouTube. Yeah, just go to our Facebook page and it's on it. Yeah. Hold on.
Blind versus blind. George raises with king 7 offsuit, gets coach to fold queen 6 suited. A good result for him. Now Daryl, first act, raises to 5K with blinds at 1K, 2K with king jack off. The KoJack. Takes down the blinds. No one has much for them to fight with. Now George, sitting in the cutoff, finds a raisable hand in queen deuce of diamonds. MJ in the small blind, mulling over his decision, does decide on a call with a highly speculative hand. I suppose he didn't see the raise from George. Not entirely sure. Nope. He 3 bets to 7K. I believe he didn't see the raise from George. He announced raise and was forced to raise it the minimum to 7,000. Very fortunate for MJ. He makes a big mistake and ends up flopping trips on a 10-7-7 board. Checks through on the flop. 8 of spades on the turn. And thankfully for George, he does not connect with that board on the turn and is able to get away quite easily. Six players left. 5 eliminations from the champion. Pull up the stacks real quick. Blinds at 1K, 2K. So Coach now down to 13.5 bigs. George sitting on.
Oh, what happened there while I was gone?
40 big blinds.
MJ pulled a big one from George?
He accidentally raised, he accidentally 3-bet from the small blind and flop trips versus George.
Oh.
And got lucky. Took the pot away from him.
Oh, welcome into the chat, Mr. Brian Duplantis. How you doing, sir?
And Brian checking it out.
Yeah, Brian, check it out. I had to help him out to jump in, and he did jump in.
Right on.
And so now he is here watching us. So we've got Ace-9 versus Queen-5. And this is your typical situation. First to bet, first to win. We've got the button versus the small blind. Button needs to show the aggression. And the button showed the weakness.
Yep. MJ elects to not c-bet on a paired board. And Daryl takes it away from him.
Oh, it was more than a paired board.
Well, the flop was a paired board, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so he checked on the paired board on the flop.
And it got worse for him.
Turn brings in the same card.
Any story he would have tried to tell there was negated once he checked that flop.
Correct.
I'm learning from you.
There it is.
I'm learning from you. Jeremy Yop, how are you doing today, sir? We are on number hand 10.
We are number hand 10.
We're on hand number 110, and here we go. This could be a doozy. Ace King in under the gun in the hijack. Ace 4 suited. Raise up to 4,500. Coach only has 13 big blinds, and he elects. He's in kind of that same situation that we saw Rudy in earlier. A playable hand, but not enough chips to play it.
Right.
To fish with it. George shows.
Take down from George.
I like the showing at final tables when there's 4, 5, 6 people left, because when you're raising a lot and you show that, everybody thinks, God, he's running hot.
You could do it. You could do it sometimes, for sure. In a spot like that, just setting the message out there. Hey guys, I'm not messing around. I have it.
Judging by Coach's physique, he's standing there. He's got a little guns on him. I bet he was one heck of an athlete in college.
I bet he was. He's a coach now.
Yeah, he's an insane baseball coach now. But I bet he could drop 415, 440 feet shots.
You think?
Oh yeah, you can look at a baseball player and tell who can drop bombs. Tony picks up a doozy, Ace 10 of spades, and raises it up. Pretty big raise, but blinds are 1,000, 2,000. Raises up to 6,500. We're going to see a lot of this push fold now, especially with $10,000, actually $11,000, $1,000 in travel money.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Stacks are fairly even. I would say no one has a huge advantage. MJ did pass up on a spot to be a significant favorite.
You will never let that go.
Never.
Never.
I'm going to have to talk to him, maybe get an interview from MJ and I'm sure his only reasoning is that, well, I didn't want to be putting it in so badly against pocket sevens, but yeah, I guess I can see it. At least he's still in. There is a world in which Jordan does have
Oh,
pocket
Jack
sevens.
6 all in.
Nice. Jackson sixes.
He said, I want my free round of blinds. You're not going to take it away from me, and you're limping in the small blinds, so you must have just about as good as I do. My Jack's got to be in the lead. You know what my favorite game is, Blaze?
What's that?
Six-handed poker.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It changes.
King 6 is so strong in that.
Yeah.
Just the king by itself is so strong, and that's pretty much what he just did right there, where at six-handed poker, he looked at a jack, and he said, that's good enough right there. You limped. You can't have anything.
Mm-hmm. That's what makes blind versus blind betting strategies so interesting, is because you do have to have some limps. You can't raise 100% of your hands, and you don't want to be over folding when the person in the big blind has dead money out there, and they pocket eights. For
I was trying to predict how much he was going to raise. I said 6,000, but it looks like it's going to be 8,500, 7,500.
He likes to raise big with his pairs.
7,500, just a little bit over 3x.
Definitely a significant blunder when you raise so big. You're only going to be getting action from hands that are better than yours, and pocket eights is not worth. It's not worth that much at this stage.
He's trying to turn that WSOP hoodie into a WSOP main event seat.
Yeah, he's gonna try.
Look at that look. That's stone cold right there. That was stone cold.
Yeah, that's just poker for you. Pretty standard.
Oh, I love it.
Um,
We need some WWE sayings.
yeah, we should get some new soundboard stuff.
Yes.
That'll be fun. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Ruben here in the hijack with King Queen offsuit is going to go ahead and raise it up. George with the dirty diaper releases, opts not to get involved with that sort of hand. Coach on the button with the dead man's hand.
He looks right up at the blinds.
Off.
He looks right up at the blinds, right up at the clocks. You were talking about that when we were doing the main event final table.
Yep.
And Coach has elevated himself. It's been fun to watch him over the last 7 years, his game change. And he just did what you were talking about.
Yeah, it's important to always check the blinds, see how much you have left in the level. And again, it just gives you context to whatever decisions you're making. Ruben does raise it up, get respect from the other players, and they do fold.
And here's our stacks. Tony is now your tournament leader on his way to searching for that $10,000 seat, and not much difference between him and George. MJ just 10,000 behind. Daryl, though, middle of the field. Ruben below average, and Coach below average.
Yeah, where are we at right now? We started at 3 o'clock.
Yep, we're hour number 4.
4 hours. So yeah, about
we called 5.5.
Yeah, we were off. It's gonna be like 6.5, 7 hours.
I think it's gonna be faster than that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and call the time right now. 8:10. Mark that down in the chat. 8:10.
I called over.
You call the over. All right. Sissy is going to be the divider. We call 8:10 as the closing time for this, Sissy. What is it looking like for you? Welcome in. If you don't know who Sissy is over at Celebrity Card Club every single day. So if you want to go out and see a smile, see some of the craziest poker action in West Texas, check out Celebrity Card Club over in Odessa, Texas. Don't forget, on Tuesdays, they have a free roll, and this thing is crazy, stupid, insane. There is you could almost guarantee $5,000 because this prize pool elevates to $6,000 plus every single Tuesday. Craziest action in the world. 2 p.m. open time for them. Cash games, sometimes 2 cash games going right at 2 p.m. So if you want to sneak out of work early, check out CCC weekdays. They have a cash game going 2 p.m.
Yeah, it's a ton of gamble out there. Those dudes in Odessa know how to gamble.
I can't compete with gamble. I can't even compete with good players. I have to have a table of when I sit around the table and look and say, he's better than me, he's better than me, he's better than me, he's better than me. I know I should get up and leave, but what I try to do is I try to play completely opposite of how I normally play. So if I would fold, I would shove all in. Not even.
That's an interesting strategy. It might work.
It works 1 out of every 12 times.
George here, pair of deuces, first to act, does decide to raise it up.
Daryl's gonna check him down though.
Yeah, he is. You know, pocket deuces probably isn't enough of a hand to be continuing with at this stack depth. I think, according to the solvers, it's probably like 5s plus.
And Ruben shows the deuce, and so I figured George was going to show him 1 deuce also. That's a good move right there. If you were going to show a card, when the folder shows a deuce, you show them 1 deuce also.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't know he had deuces though, but he's just showing him a deuce because it's a bad card, right?
Yeah.
It's just funny that.
And that would have been funny for George to show a deuce back.
Yeah, for sure. It would have been pretty cute. You got one of those? Oh, look.
I did too.
One too.
And that's where you say I had a 9 kicker with mine.
Yeah, for sure. Mind games.
That's all this is. Mind games and math.
100%.
It's fun to watch like Gus Hansen, Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu, to watch them talk about body motion, body actions, and I guess I'm looking for a word that's involvement, interested in the hand.
Yeah, just body language.
Yeah, how much you want to pay attention to this hand. Like right here, Daryl King 10, he's showing the utmost attention in this hand. Ruben counting his chips. George, nothing. These guys drank some water bottles today.
Yeah,
they stayed hydrated. So as a poker player, you have to stay fed and hydrated and relaxed at the table because it's very mentally daunting, right?
Yeah.
But you have to eat the right food.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people that are able to pull it off eating pizzas and cheeseburgers. They still take all the money, so I don't know.
But in the long run,
you want to be healthy and live a life of longevity. And so feeding your body properly is going to be a good decision always in the long run, but it is pretty boring. And, healthy food.
Healthy food's not fun.
Definitely not fun. It's a struggle. If being healthy was fun, then everyone would be healthy, but not the case. It's not easy.
Welcome to the table, Mr. Aiden. Let's see if he can keep the pocket pairs rolling the way they've been, man. We've seen almost a pocket pair every hand.
There's been a lot of them. Daryl here with the Queen 9 suited in late position is going to raise to 4.5K. Tony with his offsuit Broadway.
I like his little over-the-hand flip, the way he does that.
He does have a pretty funny way of calling, yeah. Like a little wrist.
Do you think there's much to the way people call?
Yeah, there's a lot.
If he was to set it in perfectly stacked straight up and push it forward, does that show strength?
All of it is language. Much of what we do is subconscious. So even if he's not thinking about it, there's like certain neural pathways that are activated, and when he puts his chips in and the way he holds his cards and just all his other stuff that's happening is part of their. Oh,
that was a fierce fold, very fast.
Part of the way of moving. He does fold on the 8-high flop with his queen jack offsuit. Nothing really in the Broadway section. I suppose if a 10 or a 9 was out there, he would continue. But on 8-high board, he decides to let it go versus Daryl. Chip counts and cumulative winnings up for you guys. Ruben, is this from the start of the tournament?
No, we had to update it. So Ruben's actually down 7,000. Coach is down 14,000, and the rest of them are correct.
You started at 40K?
Yes, started 40K.
Got you.
There's Rudy. I think it's time for his flight. He's coming to say goodbye to everybody.
Got you. Yeah. Bidding farewell to his fellow.
He's already got his WSOP merce, his man purse ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
All true players have the merce.
I do actually have a couple at home, yeah.
I know.
I haven't used them in a while, but
all true players have that merce.
I use I don't even have that all the time too, but that's why I started buying the vests and rocking the vests, is because it's just the utility of having those pockets as a player.
Yes.
So
money in one pocket, Advil in another pocket.
Yeah. Adderall, another one. Just all that.
I love it.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of stuff on you if you're going to be grinding at the table. Maybe snacks or gum.
So what are some definite brings when you know you're about to set for a 12, 14-hour session in your man bag?
For me,
Yes.
man, I don't stack up too much, honestly. All I need is some water, my headphones so I can listen to music. I'll bring some gum every now and then. I don't do the nicotine pouches, but if that's your thing, a nicotine pouch or two would be good.
So what escalates you putting the headset on? Do you start with them, or if there's somebody at the table that likes to jaw? Coach is all in. Ace Jack. Daryl picks up pocket nines. Gonna at least make the call.
He is going to look Coach up with pocket nines. Pocket nines is ahead of a lot of the pairs that Coach puts it in with, and he is ahead.
Coach should stand up on this, and there's the
overcards.
There's the stand up one time. 45-55, pretty much coin flip. Oh, and he spikes 2 aces on the flop. Trip aces versus pocket nines. Full house. Nothing Daryl can do now.
Pretty brutal. Had him dead on the turn. Coach is going to survive. Put Daryl back down to 40K. And Coach now sitting with a 51K stack. The field has been leveled. We do have a fight on our hands. I think 8-15 is not going to be long enough.
It's 7:20 now. It's 7:20. That's 55 minutes.
We got a battle on our hands. There's going to be some time, maybe 9:15. The blinds are going to start putting pressure on these guys, and so we will see a lot more situations like that. But we shall see.
I love that. Sissy says, MJ and Coach, it really doesn't get any better than that. Let there be no doubt this is a tough final table. Good luck to all players. And the great thing about this is Coach just won a flush frenzy over at CCC and then comes and spikes a tournament the same day over here.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
He's been doing good.
He goes to CCC, wins $3,000-ish, comes over here, wins $2,000 more. I mean, that's how you play poker. We used to have a bowling league that would start at Cactus Lanes at 6 p.m. And then 3 games after that finished, Midland Park Lanes had 8:45 start time. So we'd bowl 3 games there in that league, win money, and just head straight over to the other one. And Coach has found, he found the cheat code to this. He goes and plays 2 o'clock poker at CCC and then comes to play 7 o'clock poker here, wins at both clubs, walks home as a winner.
What a beast.
He found the cheat code. Look at this.
We have a spot here. Look at MJ shaking his head again, feigning
Beastie hat on.
Weakness. Beastie Boys representative, taking a double look at his cards and grimacing while he does it. Quite the Hollywood here.
Oh, and he's thinking, man, can I call this?
He is going to call.
He's acting like he has something like Queen 10. Chasing it, and that's no help if you have Queen 10. And so Tony's in first position, and he's not gonna let up on the gas pedal.
Sitting there barreling off with middle pair.
Not even scared of the jack. Little does he know, he's not scared of a pair of jacks, but he should be intimidated by a set of jacks.
Well, the 7 is a bad card to continue betting on. 10-8 gets there. 6-8 gets there.
And now it brings spades into play too.
And now the spades are involved.
Something like
because
King 10 spades could have.
Yep.
Is he going to raise it?
No.
Oh, he puts his call to the side like let me double check and see what my odds are.
He's going to let Tony continue to burn off his stack here. This
is very Daniel Negreanu-ish.
I'm not going to give him that much credit.
No, the way that he's acting like it's painful to make the call.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying.
He's doing a Hollywood.
And look at that. Tony fires again. 44,000 chips in the pot. Tony says, we're going to make it somewhere along the lines of 6,000, 7,000, 9,000. Make it look like, oh, here comes the raise.
He does beat the other sets, and so he does raise. If Tony has a straight, so be it. Although he only loses to 10-8, 6-8 is not going to be in Tony's range since he bet the flop.
3-6 not in his range. I mean, it's not plausible.
No,
for that to be out there.
He doesn't have any. He only has 10-8 because of the flop bet, and so he'll have some 10-8. He also has pocket nines, pocket fives. He has those crushed. if Tony he doesn't really have overpairs, so I guess he has some other Jack X. He could have Jack 9. There's one combination of that. And Tony, looking at a potential call, he does call.
He says, "I don't believe you." Oh, and he didn't even see Jacks in that scenario.
That
was very well hidden. Great acting.
Well, the acting Jack got paid off.
The Oscar tonight at the final table of the tournament of leaderboards does go to Mr. MJ. He is the first place winner for the Oscar for the best non-supporting hand.
And the Oscar goes to...
Very well played, MJ there. Very sneaky, as they say in Big Daddy. Or no, I can't think of it with Adam Sandler. I am very sneaky. The butler says that.
Mr. Deeb?
Yeah, Mr. Deeds. Yes, I am very sneaky.
I am very sneaky.
One of the greatest comedic actors, Adam Sandler. Love him. Love his movies.
Everything that he does is pretty iconic. Yeah, that's he's a smart guy.
Part 2 to Happy Gilmore is coming out.
Is it?
Yep. Everybody
Nice.
re-signed. So
look forward to that. It's gonna be fun.
Coach put the hoodie on.
Coach here got a little bit chilly.
Got some chips. Said, "I'm not giving anything away." MJ's double stacking his stacks now. MJ's up to he's your chip leader, 112,000 now after that pot with Mr. Love.
Yeah, he should have all the chips. I suppose it would be a different situation because
Had he made that call,
George would already be eliminated, I think, or close to it.
Yeah, because George would only had 30,000 left after that.
He would have had some. Okay.
Yeah, he would have had because he had 80 at that time, and MJ had 60, so he'd have around 20,000.
Gotcha.
And no telling how that would have gone. But look at this, 112,000 up top, 30,000 down low with silent as can be Ruben. It's time for him to start digging in and making a move. We've seen him be quite active today, but can he turn that 30 into a $10,000 seat?
Yeah, so with Rube, he has been stepping out of his comfort zone in this tournament. He might not want to do it in the future because of the results. He's run into it a couple times, and there's been some spots. There was that hand with the Queen 10 where he didn't follow through on the river.
If he'd have followed through on the river, we know he would have won that hand.
He would have won, right? But I hope that moving forward, he continues to explore new avenues in the game, and I think it could be very profitable for him. It'll take some time to adapt a new style.
Everybody knows him as a rock.
Right.
So, and that's what was so unexpected at this table is, he's marching around with some looser hands. They're not ready to see that. I mean, they automatically give him credit. That's why that Queen 10, if he'd have followed through on the river, he would have automatically won it. We know they had ace high,
right?
And they bet first. But if he would have followed through on that turn,
they're out.
I mean, they don't get a chance to defend ace high.
Exactly. So,
couple playable hands here, depending on the race.
Do love what he's doing right now.
I like it.
He is short stack.
He looked at the clock. You see that?
Well, yes.
MJ looked up at the clock. Ever since you pointed that out, that's how I'm going to start dictating when I'm at tournament tables.
Yeah.
Is that guy looked at the clock? He's good. Don't tangle with him. That guy looked at the clock. He's good.
Yeah. When you're the biggest tournament I've played in was the main event at the Lodge. It was a 3K buy-in, and sitting there with a bunch of killers. The whole field was full of bracelet winners. And it was pretty sick. Made it to day 2, ended up busting out in 18th. And the whole field, man, everyone's out there looking at the clock pretty frequently.
So if I ever sit at a table, I should just constantly look at the clock?
No, not necessarily. You just got
before I act.
You got to make sure you're using it before you act. If you're involved in a hand and before you raise, you want to double check and look at the clock, and don't just look at the clock and stare at it blankly. Like, you got to be processing the information. Like,
I'm just using the clock. I'm using this to fool them. So I'm going to look up at the clock like this, and I'm pointing and act like I'm adding stuff up, and then make my move so they think I'm carefully calculating blinds and time limit. Just it's all a dog and pony show, right?
I mean, if you're trying to pretend to be good, then yes.
Oh, look at this. Pocket kings for MJ in the big blind. It's going to be blind versus blind. I'd love to see Coach complete and MJ check it.
Where is Coach at? Yeah, Coach is sitting at around 15 bigs. He can elect to check here and allow him in with the weaker portion of his range. If he raises, he's going to fold out a lot of the weaker hands.
Go check.
And so he does go ahead and let Coach see a flop. Flop comes down queen high. MJ is going to be betting here to target the 5X, the 7X, and the Queen X. Coach doesn't have any of those, so he's going to be folding. But I do like the play from MJ. Nice hand, sir. Well done.
He even slid the cards like at MJ saying, not only take my money, just take this trash.
And you see MJ does not show in that spot.
It is now 7:30 Central Time. Time for you to get your tells to KoJack's. We've got games running. I think there's 3 different games running out there on the floor. Let's double check the board. And 5 on the Button started first today.
Yeah, it did.
5 on the Button is back. If you don't know what I'm talking about, 5 on the Button is back at KoJack's. You begged for it. You asked for it. You complained. And we listened. It's now back, but it's bigger than ever. 500 min buy to 1,500 max. It is going to be crazy. Also, 1-2 now has bomb pots. It's $5 bomb pots. If you want to get jiggy with it, it is time to get out here. Lists are up on Poker Atlas. And looking over at the list, we've got 2 tables of 1-2 action rolling. We've got a full table of 5 on the Button. All 3 tables are completely full, but there will be seats open or a new table open shortly. It is time to come and get it. Over at Celebrity, don't forget on Tuesday, they have their free roll, and it is absolutely wild. First stack is on the house, and you can definitely fire it up over there and win some big money. Always over $5,000 in that prize pool. It is, if I didn't have class on Tuesday nights, I would definitely be playing that tournament.
Yeah, Tuesday free rolls are excellent. Definitely above the rim over at CCC. Have played in them quite a bit, and they are a lot of fun. Ton of action. Prize pools get quite hefty. It's worth a drive for sure. Coach here, 16 big blinds, Jack 8 suited. In the cutoff, does decide to lay it down.
Big blinds start to come into play now because he's got 40,000 chips, 39,000 chips, but he's only got 13 big blinds.
Yep.
Tony says, and look at Daryl.
He's going to be forced to fold. Jack 8 is worth a call in the small blind, but he cannot call off a shove. Does go ahead and lay it down.
This is where Tony's the most dangerous, though. When you start talking about 10, 12, 15 big blinds, he could be shoving with the nuts like that or with nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen him do too many crazy things. He just kind of plays face up, in my opinion.
I've seen him shove and get called and say crap. I mean, that's the greatest. That's my favorite thing to say is when people shove all in a tournament like this and they get called and they just say crap.
I do love those moments.
You dress up your story, you get it really well to tell, and then. But it's not crap. It starts with an S and ends with a T. Shoot. It's got high in the middle. Shoot. Oh, there's not much greater stuff than poker and the way people put their stories together to tell their stories. And the best players, they're able to read that novel, read that book, and find the error in there and make that call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting the different ways that people think about the game. Suited ace for Daryl on the button. Does use that hand to get a fold from the blinds.
You ever watch John Boy, JOM Boy on Twitch, TikTok, Facebook, any of that?
No, sir.
He is the world's best lip reader I've ever seen. And he likes to take baseball games when the coaches argue with the umps.
Yeah.
Man, he nails it in there. And it's funny because if you ever watch his videos, he's spot on. And I like watching this. Like when Ruben looked at Daryl when Daryl raised to 7,500 right there, he's like, he said, thief. He says, "You're still in my big blind, thief." And he folded his hand. And that's what I'll show you a video here after the stream. I mean, it's incredible. Or during the next break, whichever comes first.
So is it a parody or he's trying to actually?
No, he truly does it, and he is hella good at it.
That's awesome.
And you know those videos that you see, the world's worst lip reads, where they take the NFL players. And have you never seen those?
No, sir.
Oh, I'm gonna have to show you. I'm gonna have to educate you. Ruben just absolutely flops the nuts. Check mark on him on the flop.
Flops George and Tony dead. Tony does go ahead and flat.
No, Tony bets.
Yeah, he flatted pre-flop on the button. Ruben called and George checked back.
It's gonna go check this time.
Ruben does check to Tony, get Tony to bet 5K, drawing dead.
Ruben has to bet here, otherwise it goes check. Now he says all in. So now Tony is officially no, he's not. I was going to say Tony's officially the short stack, but he's got Ruben nicked. Ruben nicked. He's got Ruben nicked by 500. Or no.
By 1,000.
By 1,000. Daryl's right there down at the bottom too with him. Coach is right there. So now we see the spread starting to happen, where the chip leaders start to spread away from the lower field. The lower field start having to make the moves a little quicker.
They're basically all neck and neck, though. You know, who's got the 70? George has about 70, and MJ has about 120.
Everybody else is right around 41,000, 44,000.
Mm-hmm. So there's not a huge discrepancy. It's not miles away by any means. One double up and any of these 40,000 chip stacks will be in a good position. Let's see what Tony elects to do with his pocket aces.
Man, that's the 6th time pocket aces have made their way around the table.
Raises. I stopped counting. Honestly.
Yeah, everybody's had them that's remaining.
He gets a call from Ruben on the button with 8-7 of diamonds.
And both of them have effective 11 big blinds.
And he flops Ruben dead.
Wow. I mean,
gets a bet out of Rube.
I mean, that's his only defense right there.
When Rube is drawing dead, Rube does bet quite big. And Tony makes a terrible jam.
That's where some of that MJ Oscar acting should have came in. Thought about it for a little while, like you have the ace. Hopefully they don't have the king.
Yeah, I don't know. It just shows me he's not really thinking about his opponent's ranges and what
he's playing his cards.
He's just playing the cards that he has in his hand, and yeah, that's about as far as his process goes.
And it's not terrible. It got him to this final table.
Yeah, for sure. It can work out, you know. Oh man,
130 hands already. 132 because remember 2 didn't make it.
I feel bad that Rube keeps running into it. You know, it's something that he normally hasn't been doing, and
it's just bad timing.
He's getting smacked.
It's just bad timing.
Stepping out of his comfort zone. But again, I do like the way he's playing on this final table. Maybe he's choosing to be aggressive at too high of a frequency. It's something that he can use to pick up pots here and there, you know, every hour or two, maybe every 2 hours or so, involved in tournaments.
MJ is getting in there.
But he's been unfortunate to just run into hands.
MJ does elect to defend his big blind, and if he was to continue right here, I don't think Tony could follow.
You mean
if he was to just to lead out?
Just to lead out. Yeah, he could lead out.
But now he can't go anywhere.
Queen lands on the turn. He might decide to bet here. Yeah, he does. You know, it's hard for Tony to have a queen, but the queen does interact pretty heavily with Tony's range, so I don't like it overall as a card to be betting. I think he could bet the 10 more often. He could bet the 9. He can bet the 7. He can bet any of the cards below a 10, essentially. and any card jack or higher, he can check at a higher frequency if that's something that he wants to do. But he does decide to bet the queen, and Tony does have the queen, unfortunately, so he does come with a raise, and MJ is forced to fold. I suppose you're right. He could donk on an 8-high flop, 8-4 deuce.
Mm-hmm.
There is an argument for donking, but you know, you're donking into an uncapped range, and that is typically not a good idea. It is definitely not a long-term profitable strategy. It worked out twice for Tony in this tournament, but not something.
Here it is. This is the time that Ruben picks to put them all in, and it is going to, I think, sneak through. That's half a Daryl's stack to make this call.
Yeah, he's going to get it through for sure. Not enough. I wonder if Daryl calls with 10-9 suited. I don't think he even calls with that hand, to be honest. There's just so many better spots. And in these sorts of situations, you want to be the aggressor, not the caller. And if you are calling...
And Ruben's showing cards now. He showed that deuce earlier on the fold. He showed the big ace right there. He didn't show what was with the ace, but he showed the ace. You can only assume it's a strong ace suited. And these players all have so much history with each other over the course of the last 3.5, 4 months that they know when people are getting... And maybe that's why Ruben's doing it.
It might be that. Yeah, you're right.
Something different.
For sure, for sure. You know, if everyone in a fight, if you keep throwing a jab, to the head, they're expecting it, and you hit them with a body shot or you come with just a different look, then those unexpected shots are the ones that tend to put damage on your opponent.
And I like his play today. It's not crazy. It's not terrible. It's just unfortunate timing with the hands that he's running into.
Yep. For sure, for sure.
MJ's probably going to play the flat tire. I like how they always do opposite of what I say.
Yeah. So do the viewers. They always text me. They're like, "This is so funny how Charlie be trying to call out stuff, and they always do the opposite."
Yeah. So I used to tell that out. If you ever want to see what they're going to do, just let me tell you what I think they're going to do.
They're going to do the opposite.
Oh, 100%. 100% of the time.
Poker's hard, man.
Because there's no 100% correct movement.
No, there isn't. It's like, you know, when I'm making calls on the table, I've spent a lot of time on the table with these guys, and so it's not just like it's not just blind guesses. You know, I'm thinking
Calculated movements.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what they do as a player and how they're going to respond. So I definitely have a certain insight into these players that I won't have for everyone, but I do have decent reads and a pretty good idea of what people are going to do at a table. And I'm not even that good at poker, so just goes to show the level of play that's out there in the world.
Daryl sneaks one through, steals him a round of blinds. There's no better feeling than stacking up chips, is there?
I don't know, man. I felt
in poker.
Oh, okay.
In poker. We're talking no limit hold'em. Poker.
I got you.
There's no better feeling than stacking chips up. I don't want the dealer pushing a barrel of chips to me. I want that dealer knocking over that barrel and letting me stack that up.
You know what's funny? Stacking chips isn't something that feels really good to me.
That means you're winning.
Yeah, but I like being involved in a hand where like there's. Let me think about how to word it.
Okay.
I'll get back to you on it.
Yeah, think about that. I like the feeling of all of that mammoth pile of chips and building my barrels out. Do I want to put them in 20s? Do I want to put them in 30s? You know, having enough to do that. I hate having a single barrel of chips, and like Ruben has right now, he just got a single barrel of chips. I'd rather have all yellows and be able to stack them. I feel stronger with more barrels.
Yeah, I got you.
And there we go. Ruben all in.
Tony limps the button with a pair of deuces, and Ruben is in the small blind with ace jack offsuit MJ now after. No, you know what?
MJ raised it up to
raised
7,000.
the hijack. Tony flats with his pair. And Ruben jams all in.
Now, Tony has enough of a stack. He's got 57,000 or 67,000 effective. If he makes this call, that'll leave him at 50. That's still 13 big blinds.
Yep.
15 big blinds, excuse me.
He has enough to fight with, even if he loses the pot. He is ahead of all of the high cards that Ruben has.
And he just asked for a count. When the dealer gave him the exact count, he confirmed it. I think that he may call this.
Yeah, he looks like he's leaning towards call for sure. But
see, I told you. Everything I say, they do the 100% opposite.
yeah, was not happy about it.
I mean, it's hard enough to get a pocket pair.
That was evident. It's very hard to have a pair.
I think if it would have been anything over sevens, he would have called.
Yeah, I agree. That sounds about the cutoff. Even sixes, he might call off with sixes.
Sevens. I don't know. We saw a set of sixes go in the muck earlier.
Incorrectly. Incorrectly, I might add. That was a huge spot. You know, eliminating someone as dangerous as George, or crippling someone as dangerous as George, and then knocking out Paul. That was huge for him.
So you think George is the most dangerous player remaining right now?
No, not necessarily, but he is dangerous, you know. Any opportunity to take out someone like that is a good idea.
I think Tony's pretty dangerous at this table just because of his range.
No comment.
I think he's dangerous.
Yeah,
like this right here.
He's definitely interesting to play against.
Because that raise to 8,500, that's how he raised his strong pocket pairs.
Right.
That's what I mean about dangerous.
I like it.
You called it out earlier. He's raising strong with pocket pairs. Now he does the same thing right there with ace nine rag.
I like it. You know, typically I've seen from Tony, he plays a lot of face up stuff. So like
getting
various
magical
spots. No, I've seen him so he has ace nine off there. I'll see him raise either small or limp with the hand because he's playing his cards. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Not the person's.
Well, he's not playing a balanced strategy. So he's, in other words, if he has aces, he's going to raise as much as he feels he should raise with aces. If he has
on that hand,
he's raising each hand individually. And
is that a benefit? Is that a crutch?
It's a reflection of the way that he plays cards. You know, he looks at his hand and then he tries to figure out how to win with that hand. And that's what a lot of players do is they peel their cards, they look at their cards and they figure out how can I win or lose with this hand. And then after the hand unfolds and if they win or lose, if they win, they feel like they played it right and they're so good at poker. And if they lose, they feel like they played it wrong and they try to figure out what decision they could have made differently in order to have won with that particular hand. But that is not what high-level players do.
They get ready to call. They look at the players in front of them that have yet to acted. They look at the players behind them, what action they did, how many chips they have remaining, what big blinds they have, and they take that careful calculation and say, with this hand, what is the probability? It's a math equation.
Yeah, that's part of it. They're definitely, you know, strong players are looking at a lot more information than the average player. But also they're not looking at their particular hand and trying to figure out what to do with it. They have a strategy, and there's going to be the worst hands that they have from that position, and they're going to play everything that is above that hand.
So George just raises it up with pocket eights. Coach instantly looked at MJ's stack and the way his cards were to see if he was interested in it.
Yep. Start chuckling. George not too concerned, showing a lot of confidence. Coach,
he shows it. He shows it. He says, "I'm not being a bully." And it looks like he has just a few chips, just because of the way it is. But he's got a pretty good inventory of pink in his stack.
Yeah, he's
got 66,500.
He's in a good spot. He's at 66K. Tony with 70K. MJ down to just under 100.
Tony just went from the cellar to 70K, second place.
Yeah. Yeah, he's done good. I mean, flopping the nut boat
And
versus
Ruben betting into it.
versus Rube's 8 high and getting Rube to put some chips in.
Look at that, 10,000, MJ. Oh, 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 oh. That's what I mean, dangerous. That's what I was talking about earlier. MJ raised it up to 10,000. Tony ships it on him.
I like it. He does understand that the late position raisers are going to have a lot of hands that are not worth calling off with. Sees an ace in his hand. He's blocking the calls from MJ. And he's just ahead of a lot of those hands, even if they do call off.
That's what I meant when I said he's dangerous.
Yeah, he did. He's showing his teeth.
I don't mean the same dangerous as George with
Right,
George's
different-
calculations. I
different
meant
sort.
he's and I'm not going to say reckless as a pun or anything that is degrading him. I mean he's carelessly free with his moves. And it's scary because you don't know if he's got pocket queens at that point or ace off.
I hear you. He's sort of a unorthodox
Yes,
fighter.
that's the word I'm looking for that I could not find because you don't know what he's doing it with.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. Guess I just didn't really fully appreciate it, but now that you say it, I see what you're talking about.
Catching what I'm throwing, Willis?
I catch a drift.
You probably never... Have you ever seen the sitcom Different Strokes?
I've seen parts of it when I was a
Okay,
kid.
dang it. How young are you?
33.
God, you're a kid.
Youngster.
Favorite sitcom of all time?
Favorite sitcom of all time.
Oh, we're about to see an all
Not
in.
sure.
Hey, I called
Yeah.
that one right. I knew what he was going to do at
Did
that
know
point.
that.
9,000 chips was enough.
See what Daryl's in short. Now he's
Well, he knows Ruben,
That's
and this
a
is what he's
lot.
thinking about. He knows Ruben's not shoving there naked.
never.
There's no world that Daryl raised.
He's
He's going to count it.
He's gonna count it off. Daryl, when he raises here, is gonna have some pretty strong hands, and so when Rube knows that Daryl is strong, and when Rube goes over the top, he's not messing around.
He's checking to see the big blinds, how many he has. If he lets this 9,000 chips go, he says, I got an ace. I'm going to let you have it, Ruben. He just said, he said, what's your other one?
Ace.
So Ruben showed him the ace, and Daryl said, what's your other one? And out of mutual respect, he showed him the jack.
Yep. Nice hand, sir. GG.
Well played. Daryl smiles. He knows that he just picked a bad time to do that. But when you only have 12, 13 big blinds, you've got to make the time. You've got to make it in your world.
For sure.
So here we go. Before we see the hands, quick look at where the stacks are and what you have. 93,000 for MJ now, 28,000 for Daryl. Oh, this could be, if MJ does not ship it big, Daryl could ship it. Especially after taking that beat, losing 9,000, and that's what he's thinking, isn't he? He's thinking, is this the point that I push? He only has 7 big blinds, so if he calls this 10,000 right here, he has 18,000 left. He can't defend. He can only hope he hits.
He can't really just call. He either has to go all in or fold.
Yeah.
Nice answer. I wonder if MJ raises to 8K.
If he ships it.
If he ships it, yeah. Because that it doesn't seem like much, but it is a big difference.
Look at Coach.
He probably would have called.
Oh, I was like, oh no, is Coach getting ready?
Damn it, boy.
Dang it. The Basil, here we go. If you're curious of what you're watching the final table. We started with 9. We're down to 6 players. 6 people effectively have a chance to win a $10,000 seat and $1,000 traveling money into the main event. If you had to pick right now, who would you pick? Stacks regardless, doesn't matter. Everyone has the same amount of chips.
I can't pick. I don't know. Yeah, it's a tough one.
I can pick 3 that I would say would win it right now, but I can't pick one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
George all in. Wow. He said, I'm just going to steal MJ's big blind.
Yep. George, man, I can't pick Coach. Coach is real good too. Daryl, obviously.
Everybody's got their pros.
Yeah. I'm not sure if anyone has a definitive edge. MJ
Ruben's got his stack ready.
is
Look at him.
dangerous.
Ready to ship it all in. Ruben.
Yeah.
He had his hands on it, ready to go.
He knows what time it is.
Oh, Carter says George or Daryl. I like that. The Hendon mob between those two is pretty deep.
Yeah.
Ruben, A6. If he elects this to be the time, okay. If he would have elected that to be the time, he'd have got snapped by George. But
George in there with
look at
pocket
that. 2
jacks.
hands in a row. 2 hands in a row. George says all in. Pocket 4s followed by pocket jacks.
And Ruben is not going to be able to call off here.
Is there any world that Ruben makes this call?
Nah.
Not unless he has less than 5 big blinds.
Yep.
George shows the 4s, but does not show the jacks.
Yep.
That's all part of the psychology of poker.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure if it's all being considered like too deeply. It's just sometimes you feel like you just kind of have a sense of like, I want to show him here that I'm not messing around, but you don't want to be showing every hand. So
I called 8-10. Something big better happen here in the next 25 minutes for or 7:15, 8:15. Yeah, something big better happen, and I don't. Oh. I know it's not playable at this point, but I always get excited when someone picks it up.
MJ with a king here on the button.
He threw those chips in different. Did you notice that? He kind of popped them in.
Does make a nice raise here on the button. Steal away the blinds.
He's
from
still
Daryl
chip
and Tony.
leader. 99,000. 99,000 chips.
Tony is pretty sticky. So I don't like his button overall. I'm trying to decide who has the best button here. Probably Daryl. Ruben is going to show Daryl a lot of respect.
There's that same 10,000 chip raise. MJ's doing what a chip leader should. He's also getting cards, but he's making the raises just a little bit too much.
Yeah, that does make some sense when you can afford to raise it up. I usually go 2x, but that's just me. Honestly, something like 9x or 10x, or I mean a 9K or 10K. It's kind of nice as well.
He's going 2.5, which when you only have 13 big blinds, that's most of your stack.
It's a lot.
And you saw this a lot during the Poker Stars era of that kind of sizing. It sizes them right out of it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a big difference between 9K and 10K. You can probably accomplish the same for 9K.
It's the visual feed of the 2 pink chips.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So here we go. Coach is all in, and he's going to slide it through. George says, I got a 6.
Can't do it.
I got a 9. I show you. Is Coach going to show it? Coach says, nope. Look at that little smirk on his face. He makes him think that he slid one.
Got one through.
Yes.
He's just playing around with his chips.
Yeah. He's trying to drop it and make it bounce on it. 2 for 2. Oh, 2 for 3.
Getting bored. Getting a little bit bored, I would think.
I love it. I love it. I love how players entertain their time differently.
Yeah, it is something to keep the mind steady and patient over these marathon sessions. It's been 5 hours.
Tony has pocket deuces. How much X is he going to raise it? 3X like he has been?
I never know with him.
11-5.
11-5 for pocket deuces.
He gets rid of them with force.
Yeah.
He's like,
Doesn't want them.
it looks like he's saying, dang it, why didn't y'all call?
Right. He is an interesting player for sure. Tony has played a lot of poker. Every time I go out and travel, he's always there. And I've heard the same thing from Billy. You know, he goes to Austin, he goes to travel at these different stops, and somehow Tony is always there.
Yeah, he's honed his game in to somehow always making it to these spots where he's got the potential chance to get paid.
For sure.
He looks down at King 3. That's not enough. Ruben 75 in the muck. George King 4. He's on the button and he's going to take advantage of it. And what he's doing is he's saying, if you don't have anything, I'm going to take down the pot and steal the blinds. Unfortunately for him, Coach isn't going to be able to do much here, but MJ's got a callable hand. Oh, Coach did not get rid of it. Look at this. Look at this.
What?
Oh, he makes the call.
I don't understand this. I don't know if it's a misread from the card reader.
I don't think so. It's been pretty spot on all day.
10-4 off.
Jack 5 off. I mean, Jack 5 suited, 2000. Remember? Same position.
They're so different though. It's not the same. This is odd to me.
And nobody connects on the flop. What if Coach shoves right here?
Look at Coach looks like he's up to something
Yes.
devious.
And I think that's gonna cause MJ to check too. The way Coach paused right there. If the board comes out low, well, never mind. We're not gonna make it there. You think MJ can make this call? Oh, never mind. He snapped that call. Checked around to George. George bet 4,500. MJ calls. Turn card comes out of 7. Now MJ is up and down, and George is really just living on a prayer for any king, any 4. He's got 6 outs, but 2 of them are gone. The king of spades, the 4 of hearts, and it goes check. And if George continues right here, MJ's probably going to call now that he has the up and down, right?
7 is a very bad card to barrel with.
If George keeps up the aggression on this hand, can he win this hand? Or does MJ at this point know his ace is good and his 9 kicker is probably good enough for a call? Well, he just took that card out of play. He took the George aggression out.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. I think it's just a one and done for George on the button on a Jack 8-6 texture. I don't think it is a C bet versus 2 players.
And Carter's talking about Coach's call right there. 5-1 on his money. And that's what you were talking about earlier. That's what gets a lot of players in trouble here when they look at the cash game tables and they're like, 7 people's calling, I'm calling.
Yeah, 5-1 on your money isn't as important as what your post flop situations are going to be.
In a cash game, it is.
So say no, not in a cash game either. It's just flawed thinking. That's like something I hear a lot from people, but brain no good, you know. Because if you're in there with 10 deuce offsuit, well, think of another random hand, freaking
6-6-2.
6-2, right? Okay, so you flop a straight, and you get stacked by 7-6.
Yeah.
Which. Anyway, there's just nothing good that can happen. So you flop trip 6s. If someone else has trips, you're dead. You're gonna lose a stack. You flop trip deuces, you're probably dead. You're gonna lose a stack. And so, even if you're getting the price directly on your money to gamble with, the pre-flop hand selection is gonna determine how you're gonna end up post-flop. Like if you have ace jack offsuit, you can't really make a wheel. Or like a middling straight. Anyway,
we got a big hand brewing right here. George raises it up to 8,000. MJ 3 bets to 20,000. Action's now back on George. George is a very seasoned, very veteran player. He knows King Jack is no good.
Yeah, unfortunately, he is going to have to let it go. King Jack, pretty standard open from the cutoff. But
And Carter's correct. You know, with chips and such, he knows that he didn't like that call either. Carter nailed it on the head right there. He's been around poker for a long time. He knows exactly what. And just like you said, Blaze, George has to let it go at that point.
yeah, the king jack offsuit just interacts very poorly and is dominated by the 3-bet range of MJ. And
Daryl's down to
they're too short to continue.
4.5 big blinds.
Yes, sir.
So he's in danger mode. He's looking for a big hand, catch a double up. MJ is spreading his wings, starting to fly now with his chip stack over 130,000 chips. Action's first over on Ruben, 84 suited under the gun. Can't really do much with that. He knows it. He's looking over at Daryl. He knows that at any moment Daryl's chips are going in. So if he's going to put his chips in, he's got to have a quality hand. George checking the clock, see where he's standing. And you could see a shove right here. George's chip stacks dropped to 60,000 chips from when he was close to 100,000. MJ with pocket tens and this, Coach with pocket queens all in. MJ's probably going to make this call, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to have to.
Still going to leave him over 100,000 chips almost.
If he can find a 10, he is going to be stacking Coach. If not, then he still has plenty of chips to work with.
And Daryl's just getting eaten up with MJ to his right because MJ's doing a lot of raising. Tony's doing a lot of raising behind him, so Daryl's got to stay protected on his hand. So here we go. Your classic all-in, Queens versus 10. Coach's tournament life is at risk. Yes, and Carter's right. It's a race. Here we go. Queens versus 10. Flop comes out 7, 8, 8. MJ's looking for a 10 and a 10 only to eliminate Coach from this WSOP points leaders final table. Coach is looking for anything but a 10 to stay alive. And it's a 6 of diamonds. And just like that, Coach doubles up and is all of a sudden in the mix of it all. 71,000 chips. That takes him and sets him in, I think, second place now. Third place, right behind Tony. 97,000, 77,000, and Coach now at 71,000. George at 60, Ruben at 38, and Daryl at 16,000. They are both looking, by both, I mean Daryl and Ruben are looking for places to pick a point to get in, and it is time to shine. And once again, want to welcome everybody out to joining into KoJack's Live. We do what we do because you love poker, and we do too. I'm the talker, Blaze is the knowledge maker, and it is a lot of fun and a privilege to be here and be part of your live stream. Thank you for making this beautiful. Is this Sunday?
Yeah. It's
this beautiful. I don't know what day of the week it is, and I think it's Saturday because tomorrow I have off. So I keep thinking it's Saturday. Making this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Action galore. And here we go. MJ raises it up to his patent 10K. Tony says, if you're paying 10K, I'm making you pay 77,500. Action folds around back to Tony. Back to MJ. Can he make this call?
I think this is going to be a moment that he will call off here. He is going to have to think about it for a little bit.
And this is your classic flip.
But Tony has a lot of pairs here.
I think Tony has a lot of hands right here.
He might even have stuff like king, queen suited.
Anything from king, queen, king, jack suited. Yeah, all the way up to pocket aces. That's his range of a shove right here.
Yep. Let's see what he decides on.
Look at him.
He might decide to let it go, honestly, just because it's so much.
We've seen him fold ace queen twice already.
Mm-hmm. It's quite a bit. I would not fault him for a fold.
Are the sixes still fresh in his mind?
I'm not sure. Definitely something to contemplate. And
it's a big laydown right there.
Probably a good fold in the long term.
We'll give him the KoJack's standing ovation for that fold right there. That was a huge fold. I don't think I can make that.
You really want to be flipping in a spot like this? There's still 6 players left, and everyone is pretty short. It's they call it the parking lot hand for a reason, you know.
As soon as you said that, as you were finishing the words, Carter says that's the parking lot hand. And so is it the parking lot hand when it's suited?
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
Or would that be like valet parking because you got chances, you got other outs?
for sure?
Oh, MJ looking down at 95. He did not want to let that go, and that flipped the chips. Now Tony is in the chip lead, 91,000.
Look at that.
And look at this. Tony wakes back up, gives the dealer his 10, says those were good. Now I'm going to find some aces, and he raises up to 15,000. This is what you were talking about. You don't know if it's going to be big raise. You don't know if it's going to be small raise. That was almost a 4x raise right there.
He's interesting.
But it keeps you guessing, and that's why I said he's dangerous.
Yeah, because it doesn't always make sense, right?
No, and if you're a very analytical player like yourself, you're looking at these different, 3.2x's, 3.6x's, 4.1x's. It's hard to understand it, and that's why it's so hard.
Yeah, I agree.
Carter's right. Doesn't matter if that ace queen is suited. You only gain 3% extra equity on it.
Yep.
And look.
See what he does. If he decides to go with
4,000 big blind, that looks like 11,000 chips. So that's
he likes using big sizes.
That's a 2.75.
George here with a pair of sixes is going to go all in.
5-3 in the muck.
And he's going to fold out.
He very gracefully folds that out. Looked like he wanted to throw it, and then he sets him down.
He thinks better of it.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? I'm going to be a gentleman for a second.
You saw him fire those deuces he folded earlier into the muck pretty fast.
Yes.
And those he picked up, and then he set them down gracefully.
I like it. Caught himself.
When I said set him down gracefully, that reminds me of A League of Their Own. Gracefully and gently. When they're teaching the ladies how to be ladies.
Yeah.
Gracefully and gently. Man, I'll tell you one thing I do love besides poker. I love movies.
Movies really are great. They stick with all of us, There's something that we can all share and laugh about.
Shawshank Redemption, possibly the greatest movie ever.
It's up there. It is
Green Mile, right up there with it.
Green Mile, Forrest Gump.
Oh, yes. All right, if you had to name one movie, if you're in the chat, tell us your one movie that is the greatest movie in the world.
The cinema goat.
Yeah, the cinema goat. The one that if it's on TBS, you have to watch it every time it's on. You have to suffer through the commercials just so you can watch it again. Mine would probably be Shawshank Redemption. I couldn't tell you how many times I've seen it. Got to keep watching it.
MJ deciding to gamble here with the queen deuce off. He is getting a good price, but it is not a hand that performs well post flop. Once again, same sort of situation. Does find a deuce. Wait, what is going on? Okay, card reader's off.
Well, when he slid that's the burn card. He slid it too close to the board, so it caught that card.
Gotcha.
So that deuce does not exist. It's a king of hearts. So the board is king of hearts, 3 of diamonds, 4 of clubs, and 6 of hearts. Good. Zach Carter says, Goodfellas, very good movie. And Chris Carter says, My Fair Lady.
My Fair Lady.
I don't think I know what movie that is.
Me either.
Carter, I think you just stumped us.
Godfather. Another good one.
The Big Lebowski. I'm a bowler. I love bowling movies. And so George does pick that up. The card reader got a little bit off there. That deuce of clubs did not exist. It was a king of hearts. And Daryl, putting that 4,000 chips out there, has 12,000 left. He has 3 big blinds.
Tough spot for him. He's going to have to find a timely double up if he
has a big card
is going to have any chance to win this.
Coach looks down at ace queen, and pretty much any bet that he puts in is going to put Daryl all in. And Daryl can't call right there with 5-4.
Definitely not.
Urban Cowboy. Tombstone is so good. Rest in peace, Val Kilmer.
R.I.P.
Yes.
One of the best.
Oh, that's such a good movie, too. Here we go. VPIP. That's about what you expect to see in a tournament of this caliber.
George and MJ, the two youngest players of the bunch with the highest VPIPs.
That's expected. Young Guns.
Aggression.
Oh, Young Guns.
Young Guns. I fell asleep during it, but I watched part of it.
Oh, you got to watch it over and over and over. Coach Ace 4, no good. I don't even think he can pick this spot in the cutoff with MJ behind him with a stack of chips, because that means MJ and Tony have a stack of chips. He's got to expect Daryl to shove at any point with 3 big blinds.
Yeah, but the ace.
6-handed poker, ace is strong.
I think you're right. The main consideration was how short.
Big stack, and chips probably going in.
Yeah.
No matter what MJ does right here, I think Daryl puts it in with the king. Because he folds right here. He's got 1 big blind.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Blinds are now 2,500, 5,000.
That is the problem.
And he says, I'm going to wait for 1 more hand.
Well, he'll have a couple. He'll have a button, a cutoff.
Yeah, he's got 4 hands that he can see for free.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Casino. Carter listed a bunch. Tombstone, Casino, Godfather. All great movies. Mr. Armstrong, what is your favorite movie? I know you don't type in the chat at all, but I want to hear, what is your favorite movie? You're going to have to grab that phone and you're going to have to type in that chat, Scott, and tell me what your favorite movie is. I want to know. What I'm doing is I'm building a database here, and this way I can get people off their game by talking about a movie when I'm at the table with them.
I think George is probably getting text updates from a fellow player on information that's been...
Yeah, they're not allowed to have phones at their table, but they can get up. Remember, everything's on a 15-minute delay.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So
there's Ruben, King 8, suited. He does make the call. Daryl ships all in with 97. Daryl is live. And this is almost a coin flip, 54-46. That's about the percentage you have on a blackjack hand against a house.
Not a bad spot to be in.
Ace, 10, deuce, no help for Daryl. He's looking for a 9 and a 7. All of them are live. Another ace on the river. And Daryl is a 9 or a 7 away from being eliminated in 6th place. And it is a 6 of spades. Standing ovation to Daryl right there. Great tournament, great series. And he's one of those players that's going to be out in Vegas regardless playing the main event.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Daryl is always going to be in the mix. An avid poker player, one of the most experienced players we have here in West Texas. Well played, sir. GG.
It's 8-16, and we are down to 5. And judging by the chip stacks and the blinds now, everybody is right about even again.
Yep.
Look at that. 87, 84, 79, 65, 50.
It might go till 9:30, 10 o'clock.
No chance.
Yeah, the heads up is going to be the one that can stretch out the longest. The heads up for the Tournament of Champions went by pretty quickly, but heads up can't last a while, even if they're short stacked.
MJ looks like he has a wall of chips, but he's got no pink chips in there.
Yeah, you're right.
And look at this. Ace Queen, 44.99. 44 raises to 10,000. Tony's counting chips, those in 25,000. Ruben's only got 9 big blinds, 48,000. If Ruben's going to play it, might as well be all in. You can't call him fold.
Yeah, we have a pot, guys. Raise from NJ, who has quite a lot of chips, has shown a high aggression frequency, and Tony 3-betting. Ruben
that is the 4th time we've seen the parking lot folded to a bet and a 3-bet.
Right. I don't mind it overall, honestly. MJ getting a good price on a call here to try and hit a set. Let's see if he can get creative.
15,000 for 42.5.
And take it away from Tony. That is another possibility. He could outplay him out of position. It's not as easy to do, but
the only way you can outplay him is to make this call if you ship Tony snaps.
Yes, yes.
I love how painful it looks, and it really is painful if you're in that position.
Yeah, we can see that this time he is not Hollywooding. He has a legitimate decision, is not comfortable with this spot at all.
He makes the call. He's got 60,000 left. Blinds are at 5,000 big blind. That leaves him with 12 big blinds.
Yeah, it's probably best to just go ahead and fold, honestly. Pocket fours is just so hard. If you don't hit a 4, it's so hard to figure out where you're at.
But does this where Tony's image comes in? MJ could put him, that's not all in. MJ could put him on something like ace-9 right here. That's not the move that Tony wanted to see, but he's not even going to think about it. He's playing his cards. Ship all in. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. MJ's tournament life. No, Tony's shorter stack.
Yeah, he does cover. Does he? Yeah, I think he covers Tony by a little bit.
MJ had 74,000 and Tony's got 54,000 right now. MJ doesn't really want to flip his 4s over. He's hoping Tony has something like ace rag, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, look at that. MJ's got 1,500 chips left.
Does he? I don't think.
Maybe that's 5,500. He got 2 chips back.
He's got a handful of chips.
Oh, and he sees it right there.
He sees the bad news.
Yeah, he's got 5,400 chips now in his stack. He's looking for a 4 and a 4 only, or 2, 3, 4, 5, or 2, 3, 5. Here it comes. Flop comes out. 7 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds, 3 of diamonds. That's about the best possible flop MJ could have hoped for without hitting a 4. Right. He's looking for a 5 or an ace.
Ace, 5,
so now a 4 only. Now a 4 and a 4 only, or Tony is eliminated. I mean, MJ's eliminated, and Tony's got a massive chip lead on the table now. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Standing applause for MJ. He's not eliminated. Chip in a chair is all you need. And that's a lot of chips pushed over into Tony's stack now. Down at the bottom, look at this. Tony just went from 50,000 to 165,000.
Yeah, it looks like MJ only has 1,500 behind. So that
I knew it was 55 or 15. I saw 2 chips go back.
Not much.
So
the end of it,
he's got this hand and the next hand. Next hand, he's forced.
Yeah, Tony now in a good spot. Got a ton of chips.
And I do agree, Carter. It won't go too long. The blinds will eventually catch up with him. Welcome to the table, Mr. Cody. C Mac and Cheese. There you go, 165,500. This is my favorite part, stacking up the chips. 82,000 for George, 65 for Coach, 48 for Ruben. And MJ he's beyond life support right now. He's hoping for a miracle.
That would be something else if he was able to come back.
Oh, heck yes. And this very, very easily could be the last hand for MJ. Anything over a queen, I think they go in.
He's going to be beating himself up over that pocket 6's fold.
And if he's not, you're going to be beating him up over it.
For a long time. I'm curious what he was. I guess you just put him on pocket 7s. There's nothing else that would make him fold, really.
And you can't fault him if he did.
Yeah. I mean, I would like him to think about it, at least.
Yeah,
you know,
if he
just
gave a 16-second pause.
Something. But he didn't even think about it. It was crazy. Such a big spot, too.
Coach versus Ruben going to the flop. Ruben's dominating Coach. Coach is looking for a 10 only, joining connectors for a straight, and that's not going to be enough for Coach. But that's also not much for Ruben. Lead out by Coach under the gun. That'd be hard for Ruben to call, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think developing a lead strategy is something that's going to be too profitable long term. It's hard to balance, and there's a whole list of reasons why you shouldn't be leading into the preflop aggressor. You don't get the opportunity to check raise, which generates additional fold equity. You're leading into a person that has all of the overpair advantage and is completely uncapped, and so their range is going to be a lot more. This is going to be a lot stronger than yours. So, just leading in general is pretty tricky to balance as a betting strategy.
This is MJ's possible last hand. He's forced to be in the big blind, so it's going to be 5,000 for anybody to make the call. But MJ's only got 1,500.
Yes, sir.
Tony's not going to be able to call. Ruben's not going to be able to call. It may very well end up being blind versus blind unless George, never mind.
If they're smart, they would all...
Oh, look at this. That's such a small raise.
Honestly, if I was him, I'd probably limp and let coach in and then play passively just to make sure that we eliminate.
I think coach makes his call. I think he has to.
No. He's just going to let MJ knock.
MJ hadn't looked yet. He's going to see 5-4. He's got the smile because he knows he's got a shot.
Yep.
Here we go. Elimination threat of it for MJ. MJ looks calm, cool, and collective. He hadn't stood up and used his one time. Oh, that's the best flop he can hope for.
Oh my goodness.
That's the best flop he can hope for. He's open-ended.
Pretty nice. It's never easy, always a sweat.
Looking for a 2 or a 7 only, and he pairs up, which is not good enough versus George's Queens. And ladies and gentlemen, MJ exits in 5th place, so we are down to 4.
Tough way to go out for MJ. Played pretty well overall, I would say. He did make a mistake folding that set, but the rest of the hands that he played were quite good. I do like the way he played today. Good game, sir.
And like you said, that wasn't even a terrible fold of the 6s if he'd have just put a little bit of thought into it.
I don't think you can fold it. I just don't. I think it is a terrible fold, but if you are going to make that fold and try and make a hero fold, you at least want to really ponder your decision.
Coming up on a break. During that break, we'll be coloring up and racing off those 5,000. So here we go. Coach Ace Quisha just makes the call, and Tony folds. I thought Tony completed. Coach only shows the ace.
Mm-hmm.
Hand number 164. So in watching both of the final tables, not to take away from anything, but which was the better final table to watch so far? And commentate on.
They were both fun in their own ways, I think.
Was the other one more action?
Nah, they're about the same. You know, I've seen a lot of stuff from Ruben today that I was really happy about. MJ played well. Who else was here in the start? Paul.
Daryl didn't play terrible.
No, he didn't play terrible.
He just got unlucky.
That's the thing is, like, Daryl doesn't really make, like, there's not much to critique with Daryl. Like, he'll make some inaccuracies, but he's not making outright blunders very often.
And he just got stuck between a chip leader and I guess what you would call a poker maniac.
Yeah, something like that.
Because MJ was raising.
Mm-hmm.
Braxton, speaking it into existence, he said, just to let y'all know, he's winning another bracelet this year, and he's taking any bets at 100 to 1.
Pretty good.
I love his confidence.
That's pretty good. I like that.
I love it. So we are down to the final 4. Started with 9 of the points leaders, and we are down to 4. Ruben versus George versus Coach versus Tony Love.
We're going to have a collision here in this hand. That is for sure Tony here on the button with ace queen offsuit. Raises quite large and is able to fold out the worst hand from Rube. Absolute disaster. But that is the way he plays poker. And so, oh no, Rube goes all in. Right on. All right, guys. Have an all-in moment. Tony has Rube dominated here. The queen versus the 10. Flop comes down, 9-8 deuce. Ruben does flop some backdoor streets to go along with his pair out. Deuce of spades on the turn and a 10 of spades on the river does give Big Rube the winner. He is going to be doubling up here off of Tony. And now we have a fight on our hands. Rube sitting now at 72K. George sitting on 78. Coach at around 100 and Tony at 115K. Should have a break coming up here shortly. I believe at the end of this level. Ruben here with a pair of threes on the button. See what he decides to come with. Is going to go ahead and raise it up to 10.5K. Gets a fold from George. And we have a continue from Coach with ace-6 off. And we see a flop of queen 7-5, rainbow. Coach is going to check it over to Rube, and Rube is going to c-bet his pair and take down the pot. Good bet, sir. Got George here raising up his button to 11K. Tony going to come along, following through a call. Flop comes down, ace, ace, 3, 2 diamonds. George flopping a gut shot to a wheel. He is drawing dead versus the ace, 3 of Tony. We'll see if Tony decides to raise it off here, or if he is going to allow George to take a turn. He is going to call. Jack of hearts on the turn. A 2 on the river would be disaster for George. Tony does check, and George is going to continue to barrel off with his hand in this spot. Tony shoves all in. And we are going to see a snap fold from George. Got Coach here. Went ahead and folded his button. We have a blind battle between Tony and Ruben. Tony is going to go ahead and complete with a 10-9 offsuit. Ruben checks his option. Flop comes down 10-9-7. Spells absolute disaster for Rube. Tony looks down at the flop, gives a grimace, and checks it over to Rube before check raising. Rube goes ahead and sends it in. And Tony shows him the bad news. Getting a chip count here. Cody getting the pot right before getting a run out for us. And Rube is drawing to a king and a king only. He now picks up an open-ended straight draw to a chop, but does not find any help on the river and is going to be eliminated in fourth place. Good game, Rube. Well played, sir. Really liked what Rube did today. He's stepping outside of his comfort zone and showing some additional aggression. Did not go in his favor today, but something that I think could be profitable for him moving forward. Now down to three-handed. 2 eliminations from the main event ticket.
I think there's 2 cards on the spec, so whatever card it is.
What card do you find out? What card you use real quick? Cordy, that's what is it the same cards out there?
It's the same cards, yeah. We'll have to register the whole thing.
Gotcha. All right. Tony here. That doesn't make much sense. Under the gun, I guess he is first to act on the button. No. What's going on here? I guess it was a dead button. Tony raises up the 10-8 of spades, and George goes all in with his king-queen suited. Does get a fold from Tony and pick up those blinds. Thanks, sir. We have a blind versus blind situation here. Coach versus Tony. Coach does limp in with his offsuit king and is going to fold, facing a raise from Mr. Love.
Still 3 cash games going strong out there. The 5 on the button is deep.
Good.
See a lot of black chips on that table. People starting to take advantage of the 70%.
Love to hear it.
And players, it's during this time that we're going to be going to a quick 15-minute break. We will return live. 3 players left in the tournament. Who will it be taking home that $10,000 seat? We'll be back momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's the Eye of the Tiger. It is time to shine and time to go. We are coming back to the final three players. Chip stacks are as stands. Tony, 235,000. Coach, 76,000. George, 50,000. And it is do or die, go or be gone time.
Go or be gone.
That's right, isn't it?
Hey, you gonna go or you gonna be gone?
Mm-hmm.
Get it on. Let's get it on. Come on. It's that time.
Big shout out to both Brian Duplantis and Paul Ferris for supplying us with an endless supply of cuties today. I definitely got my vitamin C today.
The cuties for the cuties.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, yeah, boy.
I think I'm like a 7 out of 10. Not bad.
I'm like a 6.5, 7,
Mhm.
maybe 8 on a good day.
It's fair to call yourself that. So here we go. Three-way action. The only thing left up for grabs is a seat to Vegas, the main event.
Heads up for an 11K package. Everything on the line. Or not heads up, three ways, excuse me.
I don't know if Coach has ever played the main event. Tony has never. I found out during the break it was his ultimate dream to get to play it one time.
Man,
And
that might happen.
And George, George has probably played it 5-10 times.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure.
So I was a little off on the 8:15 time.
Yeah, slightly. Slightly.
You win with the over. Good thing.
No, you
Here.
said 7:15.
I thought I said 8:15. Don't go back and check it, but I thought I said 8:15.
I promise it was 7:15.
Uh-oh.
Wishful thinking. Coach here with pocket queens. Gonna call an all in from George.
George's tournament life is on the line. George is looking for a king and a king only to stay alive. Or he's headed to the rel. Probably going to play the main anyways. King Jack suited versus pocket queens. 33-67, 1% tie. Flop comes out. 5-3 best hand in poker and a 6.
5, 3, 6. Whole lot of nothing. 4 of diamonds. Giving
Split possibility.
some split outs.
Oh, holy cow. He spikes the king on the river to take Coach's queens down. Oh my gosh. Coach was like 85% to win that after the turn.
That is gross. Unbelievable.
So now Coach is left handicapped.
That is why poker is so sick. Good Lord.
Well, Cody's checking right there. We did have a bent card, the 9 of hearts.
Yep.
And with the RFID cards, it's not as easy to switch it up. And so we had to switch that card out. We come over, we look at it, we change it out, get a brand new 9 of hearts in there. And here we go. Coach is devastated. Coach is on life support. 20,000 chips left. Big blind is 6,000. He's almost in that same spot that Daryl was in when he had 3 big blinds.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, he's going to be all in here shortly and is going to need a lot of help in order to survive this.
Hey, I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. George now with ace queen, going to be calling off a shove from Coach. %87 favorite on this queen high flop. Coach is going to need to put the same beat on George as George put on him. King on the river. Does not find it. River comes down a jack. That is going to eliminate Coach in 3rd place. It's a brutal way for him to finish his tournament. Well played, sir. I think he played a really good final table. Took a bad beat at the end there. Unfortunate for sure.
Did Coach just go out?
Yeah, he just busted King Deuce into Ace Queen.
Ah, good game, Coach. Standing ovation for your tournament love there. So we are now down to 2. Here we go. Dolly Parton versus Queen 4, and this is where George is dangerous. He can pick spots. He can put pressure on. The only problem is Tony's got set. Well, he's got him a little over 2-1. So you can't really push him around too hard.
Yeah, Tony is a fighter. He does not back down very easily.
Pre-flop, it's tough to get him off, isn't it?
Yeah, we're heads up. 9-5 suited. It looks like he is going to continue.
Yeah, he's already digging for chips. George raised pre-flop and or Tony raised pre-flop, right?
No, George raised the button.
That's right. And here we go. Here we go. It is down to the nitty gritty, down to the final 2, down to who wants it the most and who's going to get it. And this is the spot where we Carter says, you notice Charlie always bells on you. I got to go fix stuff every once in a while.
Yeah, Charlie's more important. He's got a lot more to do with the room than I do. I'm just
he's the brains.
Measly commentator.
Whatever. Check on a flop all diamonds. Turn card comes out of queen. Tony's in a demanding lead, but you can't feel like you're in a demanding lead with 10 high.
Yeah, if George does decide to take the betting lead, which he does, he will very often get a fold. With the 10 of diamonds, that is strong enough to peel off, though. See what the river brings. It brings a 9 of hearts.
If George
can find a bet here, he does find a bet. That is what makes George so dangerous. As a player, he does get a fold.
Oh, that would have been sick if Tony would have called.
Super sick call.
That would have been a crazy call.
Even a raise.
Oh, it is getting crazy. Tony now has 231,000 chips. George has 130,000. All right, here we go. Hand number 179. There were 2 hands that we were not able to capture, so we were all the way over on hand number 179. 7-3 versus 10-8. Flop comes out king 5 deuce. Turn card is a 10, puts a check mark in George's fingers, and he looks up at the clock, sees the blinds, pulls out some chips, bets around 9,000-ish, 8,000. Law-abiding, Murray just said law-abiding citizens is legit. That's good. Movies like The Pelican Brief, those are all good movies. There's so many great movies.
Honestly, I've spent so much time playing chess. I've wasted hours and hours, and so people ask me how I got so good. Because instead of watching movies, I sit there like a dork and play chess for hours.
And I sit there watching movies, playing 5-3, thinking it's a holy grail.
Right.
What about The Queen's Gambit? Did you ever watch that on Netflix?
It is good.
It is very good.
It is good. I do, as a chess movie, it holds up.
There's not many great chess movies. Finding whatever his name is.
Finding Bobby Fischer?
Yes.
Queen's Gambit is better than that for sure. There's a lot of stuff in there that's pretty accurate. Yeah. Worth a watch. For sure.
Flop comes out, Jack 4-3, 2 diamonds, not much connection with anybody there. Tony's going to lead out with 15,000 chips. George is going to let it go And just like Matt Damon said, when you injure them and you take a huge chunk of chips on them, you just start leaning, and it begins to take its toll. So you bet, you continue on pretty much everything. And Tony's showing another gear right now.
Yep. Like what he's doing.
But it's just a coin flip. One hand, George could have the chip lead, and it be a completely different tournament.
Oh yeah, that's all it takes, really. You know, two big hands collide. I think post flop, George definitely has the advantage here, and that is worth a lot in a heads up situation. He does come with a raise to 12K with ace jack offsuit on the button. Tony going to come along with 7-5 off. And we're going to see a flop.
Holy
7-7.
cow.
And
having the chip lead and flopping trips.
George is going to be betting on this texture.
And that's such a dry board with ace jack.
Let's see if Tony figures out
He just called, didn't he?
that he should slow play. He does come with a call.
Check mark is already up on Tony's favor. And here he goes again. Check, check. Oh, no. Yeah, check, check. If Tony checks it right here, that could provoke a bet out of George.
Yeah, he should be checking here. He has the board crushed.
You've got to be a little trickier when it gets to heads up, right?
You got to be tricky in general. Don't know what he is targeting here. George has so many high card hands. And he finds
A call.
a call from George somehow.
8 high straight.
Really surprised by that call from George, honestly.
He was just seeing where he stood. Bad spot to pick that call, but it's not a terrible call. But in late poker, it's a hard call to make, isn't it? I'm trying to find a validation for that call.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about it. On that board, man. I guess there's always random cards that you don't really see. But when he check calls the flop of 8-7-7 and then bets the river on that run out, he's just gonna have it. Almost always. I don't see any bluffs there.
Hand number 182. 10 deuce completes. George says all in. Tony says snap fold. That puts George right back around the 100K mark, which it sounds like a ton of chips, but it's really only 15 big blinds.
Yeah.
George getting a quick count of his chips to see exactly where he is. And you can tell even the different postures of the two players. George has his in barrels carefully calculated. Tony's showing off his power of his tower.
Yeah, he's not worried about counting. He doesn't care what the counts are. He just is collecting chips. Someone like George likes to know exactly where he's at, and so stacking your chips properly is important so you can track your stack.
Check, check. 9 of clubs on the turn. First act is George. George, jack high, heads up. Not a bad play, not a bad hand, but the problem is Tony's got him almost 3-1. No, 4-1 in chips. Nope, 3-1.
He is going to be generating a fold from this particular hand. Nice hand from George. You know, when Tony checks to him twice, I don't think he has any pairs.
Tony doesn't check pairs like that very often.
Just doesn't check pairs exactly. And so it makes it pretty easy in position to steal it away from him on the turn after being checked to twice.
So we are heads up. 2 players battling, duking, wrestling it, outwitting another player for a $10,000 seat into the main event. George looks down in the big blind with pocket threes. Tony, 7-4. We call that the Clyde around here. Much respect. Rest in peace, sir. And he completes. George should be raising. And he says all in. Tony says you can have my 6,000 chips. And that's all George wants to do, accumulate in spots like that.
Yep. Nice answer.
Oh, this is what all the grits is for right here. The last 184 hands. This is what it's for.
Man, it's been a pretty long final table.
It could be longer
We'll say.
too. Tony looks down King 7 suited. George looks down Queen 9 suited. Both great hands to start off heads up with.
Yeah, George is going to raise up this button. See what Tony decides to do with his suited king. Looks like he is coming with a call.
24,000 in the pot. George has 15 big blinds left. Flop comes out. Ace of clubs, 4 of hearts, 6 of diamonds. Connects with nobody.
With queen high here on this sort of texture, George is going to come with a bet.
And it's going to be good enough. That's going to put George at 116,000. George is slowly chipping away at the 2-to-1 chip advantage that Tony had. It was 3-to-1.
Yeah, George is dangerous right now. He understands his betting frequencies a lot better than Tony. And post flop in position, he's
the stronger player post flop.
Is a much stronger player for sure.
Oh, this could be a big hand right here.
Ace 10 for Tony and pocket 4s for George.
And Tony plays coy again, just making the call. George could ship it.
He's going to ship it in. And
a snap.
Flicks in a snap.
And a snap call, ladies and gentlemen. George is looking for the double up right here. Tony's looking for the elimination. Ace or a 10, Tony's looking to catch. Otherwise, George is going to double up, and it's going to be a ace in the window. And now George is flipped, looking for a 4 and a 4, only a 3 on the turn. And a 5 of clubs on the river. And just like that, your tournament is over. It is said. It is done. And Tony has all the chips in play. And he is going to Vegas playing in the main event.
Dreams do come true.
He said during the break, my dream is
Awesome.
to play at the final well, not at the final table, in the main event. That's a lot of people's dreams, but it just became a reality for Tony Love. Great tournament. Let's give a round of applause to George. Great tournament play. Let's give a round of applause to our champion, headed to Vegas, Tony Love. Synopsis of the final table.
I think it was a tough final table for all of our players. Saw some interesting spots come up. I don't really mean to rub it in, but I think the most critical hand that we had was that pocket 6's hand from MJ, something to reflect on.
Yes, interesting hand right there. MJ laid down the pocket 6's, and he flopped a set, and that was the game changer of the whole tournament right there.
Yeah, that was a huge turning point. I think that was probably the pivotal hand of this final table. Other than that, everyone played good for the most part. Yeah, I would have to go back and rewatch it. Honestly, I scrub my memory pretty often. So yeah, it's all kind of been a blur.
Well, it was
been fun.
Yeah, it was fun, man. We just gave away $20,000 worth of seats over the last 3 days.
Lord, that's a lot of cheddar.
I know that's a lot of cheddar. We're going to have some great representation at the main event for KoJack's. Not only are these two players going, they're going to be representing us. We're going to have probably 25, 30 other players out there in the main event. So it's going to be a wonderful time out there. Blaze, little fist dab right there. He's the knowledge. I'm the talker. So thanks for joining out with KoJack's Live. Thanks to Dawson in the back. You can see him right here. He is the man, the myth, the legend that ran the live stream, made it work. It's been a pleasure. 3 cash games going out on the floor. If you're looking for some action,